Rambo. Hey, Vivian. Hello, hello. This notification. Wait, this notification saved me. I was stuck in the FB MAGA comments. Hey, Edward. Hey, guys. How do I sound? I was on with I think Parker yesterday, and someone kept saying like my sound, like they couldn't hear me, and I don't know if it was because I moved my mic. Yeah, great. I think it was because I had moved my mic yesterday, and sounds fine. Okay, perfect. But they were saying like, "Oh, we can't hear you," and they kept sending stuff like messages saying they couldn't hear me, and so I don't know if it was just something going on with Parker's audio, or if it was mine or whatever. But I want to make sure that you guys can hear me. We're going to go ahead and get started here in a second, but I want to share a quick thought with everyone as we get into the classroom, right? As we all come in and we take our seats, as we all move through the pews and we look for our spots. I want to share a thought. So normally when I'm, getting ready to start my day and, looking through content and, checking to see what the news is, I have a ton of subscriptions, right? I have New York Times, Washington Post, The Hill, Ground News, AP News, BBC, Politico, Al Jazeera. And so I looked through all of the actual news publications where I consume my media. And then I run through Twitter, right? That's I still use Twitter. So I go over to Twitter and I check out the information on Twitter. I see what's going on, any videos, any outrageous tweets, or, just check the pulse and temperature of, that platform. And then of course I check TikTok, right? See what's happening over here. See if, yes, I use Reuters as well. But I check TikTok to see like what's happening. What are people talking about? But what I noticed this morning, and this is super interesting, and I'm going to talk about this once we really kick it off. But I think that I use all that information to not only make sure that I'm up to date, informed, I have an understanding as far as where we are, right? What people are saying, what people are doing, blah blah blah. But I also use that to like guide how I'm going to, what type of content I need to put out on a daily basis. Is there anything that I need to make sure that I talk about? Anything like that, right? Those are like the big reasons why I do those things. But one thing that that really hit me this morning, and usually like we see this background, I usually keep the background for a while, right? Depending on what the topic is, and I go for a while. But looking at a couple of different things, I made a decision that today will be the last day that I have this specific background, and I'm switching the topic tomorrow. But that's because I think there's something else really important that I need to talk about. And that is the fact that other countries make sure that they take care of their citizens, while the United States of America literally just let us die in multiple ways. And I think the fact that we're in a position where our government just allows us to die, and actively at times kills us or whatever. But while other countries are trying to protect their citizens, and I'll give you guys a really quick example, and I'll go ahead and get started. But the example that I have is, so I was reading this article. As a lot of people know, again, I mentioned that I use Twitter, and Grok is Elon Musk AI that he's integrated into Twitter, right? And I posted a video on my main page a couple of days ago talking about how people were using Grok to like troll Trump and all this other stuff. And then it shifted from trolling Trump to sexualizing women, and then from sexualizing women to sexualizing kids, which was super gross, right? And then I talked about how Elon Musk has not made those changes yet on to ensure that also the FCC hasn't stepped in yet and done anything. So I was talking about like, that's where we are. So I was reading this new article where it talks about like all of the other world governments and how they are basically putting different levels of protection up against Grok. They're sanctioning it. They're restricting it. They are investigating. Certain other governments have placed watchdogs in place to actually safeguard their people against not only AI and Grok, but just to ensure everything is okay, right? But the United States government has not. The United States government has allowed the American citizens to not only devolve in what they're using Grok for, as far as the sexualization of women and children, but also to continue to be fooled by deep fakes, right? Continue to be tricked, for lack of better words, about AI. But that speaks to where we are as a country and what our government is here to do. Our government has completely went away from a situation where it's for the people, by the people, to a situation where it's for profit. Literally, that's what our government is about. And our government is about for profit because the people who have the least, which is super interesting, the people on the right, we all know that people on the right tend to make less, right? They're lower income earners because they're less educated. They don't have as, college degrees lead to higher income, blah, 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 all this other stuff, right? And so since they are lower income earners, they tend to be negatively impacted more by the type of legislation and things that the current administration is actually implementing. Anyway, I say all this to say the reason why our government is able to continue to be for profit instead of for the people is because the people who don't make the profit for some reason think that they're hurting the poor people, not realizing they're the poor people. Yeah. Anyway, that was just a thought, right? Just a quick thought. Anywho, we're gonna go ahead and get it started here. Sorry about that. I had a stream of consciousness, and I just wanted to share that with everyone. But we're gonna get into it tomorrow. Regardless, this is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or someone that disagrees with something on the background. So if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we are only looking for some debates or looking to debate someone that disagrees with things on the background. I'm adamant about this. I was thinking about like what has to happen for the country to get better, and these are the things that I know is it's a demand, right? Lock them up, RNC. And to be specific, not just the RNC, any and everyone that is engaging in illegal activities that's defaming, defrauding, harming the American people, the American government, we need to lock them up, hold them accountable, period. Universal health care. Universal health care is needed. It's time we demand it. I'm sick and tired of playing the games with the ACA subsidies. I'm sick and tired of playing the game with the insurance companies, the healthcare providers. Also, it leads with addressing universal health care. It also helps address the houselessness crisis that we have within our country, right? Two birds, one stone, whatever. Codify Roe versus Wade. Women's rights, the access to health care, the protection of women is more important to me than anyone else's personal beliefs. So we have to stand on that. And it's a winning topic. It's something that is bipartisan, right? I mean, the protections of abortion is something that has been a winning topic on both the left and the right. So I don't understand why anybody would not step up and want to push that. Free college. Education is the key. It is the way that we shift the social economic status of our society, and that's what we need. We absolutely need that. Also because AI is coming and we should be able to get in front of this and we should be able to actually capitalize on that wave. Free college is necessary. Last but not least, non-white reparations. If you are an indigenous person, a Black person, hell, anyone that's been caught up in harm with what's happening with ICE currently, then you deserve reparations. We deserve reparations. And it's not a request. It's not a thought. It's not a nice to have. It is a mandate, an absolute mandate. So all of these things are the 2028 Democratic nominee platform. This is the agenda that the left will push on whoever the nominee is. I don't care if it's Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Jasmine Crockett, or my pick for the 2028 president, AOC. We have to make sure that we force our agenda on them and have them force it on our country. That's the only way that we're going to be able to move the country forward and get the things that we want. So last call, if you are a Trump supporter, or if you disagree with one of the topics on the background, not the picture, but the actual topics, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are someone that is a Trump supporter, like this Camp in Motion, guess what? You're getting muted. My TikTok chat is not your safe space. I don't care about what you guys are saying from the comments. If you disagree, get in the box. FYI, if you are someone that is a Trump supporter or you're disagreeing in the comments, but yet you're not in the box, you will be muted. And you'll just have to watch from outside of the club. You can hate from outside of the club. You're not going to be able to get in, though, unless you get in the box. With that being said, let's go.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate.
This is a mind game.
Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name.
This ain't
TikTok TV.
This is
a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard
like a punch in the air. Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Lego.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only if not get clapped down. Whether you're left or right
or you don't even vote.
If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Yep.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm the
test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You step once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
No, better know your stuff
or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in,
don't you wanna?
Sparring
with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
You wanna sparring with Santana.
Boom, boom. You can hear it right here every day, live, while we're sparring. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or someone who actually disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we're only looking for some debates because I have cracked the code. I have the winning agenda for the 2028 Democratic nominee. We know what is required in order for not only the Democrats to take back power from this tyrant, but also to progress our country. And we demand progression. We demand growth. We demand the things that other countries freely give their citizens. And so if you disagree with any of these things, any of these points on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you're not a Trump supporter, we're not talking to friendlies. Make sure you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. If you are someone that's in agreement, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, let's make sure that we are sending our daily heart me, right? It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and it'll push us out to the FYP. And I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. Let's see here. We have Bald Eagle Stepdad. How are you?
Yo. Hey, good. How you doing?
Good. Can I call you BE? Is that okay?
Yes, fine. Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, perfect. BE. And just to verify, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
It's the background disagreement.
Okay.
The college.
Ooh, okay. So you disagree with free college?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. I think I've seen you around before. I don't know if you and I've spoke, but I think I've seen you around.
It was very brief. It was super brief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, in that case, would you mind if I give you and everyone else not only introduction to who I am, but what this is?
Okay.
All right, perfect. 1 moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with any of these points on the background. I am Santana. If you are a Trump supporter or someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump or just think that I don't have the right path forward with the actual Democratic agenda, then get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. With that being said, if you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. I will keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, if you are someone that is yip yapping in the chat, but yet you don't have the testicular fortitude to get in the box, then guess what? You're hanging out in my TikTok chat. I will mute you. My mods will mute you. No one cares about your dissenting opinion if you cannot get in the box and stand on business. So if we catch you in the chat running your mouth, but you're not in the request, mute. Anyway, BE, you said that you disagree with the premise of free college.
Yeah.
Why so?
Fortitude. That sounds familiar. This is one like very popular black. Anyways,
testicular fortitude. I grew up watching WWE, WWF. Mankind always talked about testicular fortitude.
There's also a very popular black lifter who I forgot his name. He's like really motivational. Anyways, so here's my thing, right? So I'm black, by the way, Black American. So back in Kemet, knowledge was often guarded. You couldn't walk in and get wisdom for free, like a Costco sample, right? So if knowledge is cheap, anyone could get it, and that's how you end up people quoting Wikipedia, like it's the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So my thing is, back in ancient times, you get to suffer for wisdom, but today, Sally Mae is your spiritual trial, right? And my last point is that, like, if everyone is educated, then nobody is, and that's the law of vibrational scarcity, right? And I'll stop there.
Okay, all right. So just to verify, your premise is one, knowledge is something that should be, you said safeguarded, but I'm assuming that more so you mean it's not a right, it's a privilege. And then even more so, if you give everyone the same level of access, then that becomes irrelevant, and it cheapens the overall thing that the people have. Am I off bases on those two premises?
Yeah, no. So rights are for bodies and knowledge is for souls, and everybody got a body, but not everybody got a soul ready for calculus or philosophy.
Okay. So while I understand your premise in multiple different ways, I don't agree with it when it comes to knowledge, and this is why. I think that as a country, we are falling behind, right? We're falling behind in multiple ways with the rest of the world. And the premise of American exceptionalism is kicking our ass. We are literally windmilling against other countries and screaming that we are the best. We're the best. We're the best. America is the best. But yet we fall behind in not only health, not only in happiness, but absolutely in education. And the symmetry breaker is the fact that most quote unquote developed nations have access to free education or some level of a public option. So the premise behind free college is not to ensure that every single college in America is free, but to ensure that every single American has an option, the ability to access a public option, right? So yes, people will still have to earn their way into college. People will still have to do the work to maintain college, but people will just have that financial burden of being able to afford college removed, right? So the actual parameters around free college is not saying that any and everyone will get in and can get in. It is saying that any and everyone will have the opportunity to get in. And I think that's where we are because it's needed, right? One of the greatest ways to change our social economic status is through education. People who attain degrees tend to actually become higher earners, and higher earners tend to actually, and selfishly vote left. And if you vote left, then you have more of an opportunity to progress the country in multiple ways. Regardless, giving people that access to free education just opens the doors for more opportunities to grow our populace, which we are falling behind.
I would say that America is not falling behind. America is more so intentionally gatekeeping confusion. So we say dominant and chaos-based leadership, right?
Mm-hmm.
So other countries might produce engineers, but we produce CEOs, influencers, thought leaders with no thoughts, and one guy who did his own research, right? And I think that's strategy right there. So we just need enough people to run things, and just enough people confused to argue online, right? And I also want to see your last point too. Sorry, I'm not going to read the comments. I get overstimulated easily.
Yeah, you're fine. You want to lock in up here with me though, because the comments can be wicked.
No, it's not you. Not you. It's me. Let me just throw. I'll not ignore him. So,
I'll say this while you collect your other thought. Just because we have an actual current government of confusion and chaos, and even more so, I think it is beneficial for both sides, right? Let's not pretend that the Democratic Party doesn't get benefits from the Republican Party being so chaotic and harmful, right? I mean, it's about power, it's about money, but these things are about the benefits of the people, right? So while the people in power may not necessarily want these things because, to your point, they benefit from keeping us in a state of delusion where we are constantly just fighting each other, or arguing about meaningless things, arguing about cultural war items or whatever. Like these things, how to partner, are direct things that will benefit us as people, as a society. So it's not about what the political system wants, it's about what the people want. And that's what we're pushing for. People are coming together and making demands as far as things that will better our lives.
I think that's like a good point. I
don't trust the government. I don't care who's in power. I don't trust the government. I know they're self-serving. I make this point all the time. A billionaire on the left and a billionaire on the right all benefited the same by the passing of the BBB. No matter how we vote, billionaires currently in our governmental system will always be okay. It doesn't matter if they wear red or blue. The thing that we need to focus on is the people, and forcing the things that will benefit the people, the individual, so we can change our overall status and be better, because our government isn't doing it. Our government isn't going to protect us, and it has a history of failing no matter who has power. So that's why we're shifting the power from them to us and making these demands.
I don't think I have an argument for that. Okay. Yeah, I think your points are too strong.
All right. Well, listen,
well,
hey, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate you pushing that thought, and hopefully, you'll stick around, because again, the point of what I'm trying to get across with this is I'm looking for people who are on the left that are pushing back on these ideas, so we can like run them through and get aligned, because I think this is something that we need to be strong and proud about, no matter who the person is. I feel like the left is dictated to us way too much, and it's time for us, the people, to start dictating. But anyway, I appreciate you coming up.
What? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one.
You too.
W's in the chat for Joshua for the $5 donation, saying, everyone vote midterms. Peace, brother. Peace to you, Joshua. Yes, the midterms are super important. I plan on doing a lot building up to the midterms. I think we need to start ratcheting that up soon and making sure that we are good to go. I've actually reached out to a couple of different people, and I'm excited about some of the things that we're going to be doing building up to the midterms, but I am not overlooking the midterms, even while I'm talking about 2028. This is going to be massive. W's in chat for Marie for the $6.70. 6-7 donation, saying, on reparations, how do we keep them from handing out $2,000 and calling it even? Because it needs to involve property tax deductions, etc. with money. That's what I see them doing as a bandit. Yeah, we don't accept that. We don't accept $2,000. Again, the premise behind reparations is we have a starting point. We have things that we are demanding as a must, and a $2,000 check can kiss my ass, period. W's in the chat for Heather for the $1 donation, saying, ooh, okay, Heather. Yeah, I'll follow up on that. Thank you so much for letting me know. W's in the chat for Heather. Thank you for the $1 donation. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Reggie, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter, but I do agree with some of the things on the background.
No, not agree, disagree.
Disagree, sorry. I agree with some of them, but I disagree with a couple of them.
Okay, what do you disagree with?
Well, the white non-reparations, I'm not originally an American. I was born in Canada, so that part I don't really understand. I do understand, some of it, but I don't understand all of it.
Sure. Tell me what your pushback about the idea of reparations for non-white people.
Well, who would qualify for who would qualify for that?
Just to verify, you are, I know you said you were born in Canada, just to verify, you are an American citizen today. Is that accurate?
I am an American citizen. I went through the whole process.
Perfect. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sure. Like I said, who would qualify for that? Is it a broad band of everybody? Like, I understand if your ancestors came here through the slave trade and stuff, those people should be compensated. But should everybody?
Okay. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of let it all fly. So is your only contention is understanding who qualifies for reparations, or is there more?
Well, yeah, that would be the main thing for that. Like, I have no problem with taking care of people that were like this, what happened in the United States. Like, the United States was built on slave labor, not just Black, but Chinese and other immigrants that came to this country. So like Irish and other whites were treated, were treated badly as immigrants that came to this country. They didn't see the color of their skin. They just saw an immigrant, kind of the way that it is today. And a lot of that was pushed by rich white men, again, trying to divide people. So like retributions for what was done wrong to Americans should be what was done wrong to all Americans.
Got it. All right. So The premise behind reparations for non-white people is not centering Black people, right? I mean, that's something that I've been really adamant about, and that's something that I want to continue to make sure that people understand. I've made this point. The United States has literally, the United States has two, in my opinion, original sins, right? It's blood soaked into the fiber of our country. The first thing is when the colonizers showed up to Turtle Island. You know what Turtle Island is?
I believe that was one of the first colonies established in America.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Turtle Island was what the Americas were called by the indigenous people prior to the people coming in, you know, raping, killing, destroying the indigenous people, taking their land, all this other stuff. Did you know that colonizers actually killed so many indigenous people that it cooled the core temperature of the, not the core temperature, but cooled the temperature of the earth?
That I was not aware of, but I am, as I said, Canadian, so I'm aware of even the atrocities that the Canadian government has done to Native Indians over the years.
So, and not Indians, that's a slur. We don't want to say that. Indigenous people.
Indigenous people, I can get down with that.
Yeah, I mean, you only we only talk about the I word when you talk about people coming directly from India. But the point being, right? The indigenous people were the first people that were overwhelmingly wrong and destroyed when it comes to what has happened here in the United States of America. And so they need to be made whole, and them getting, you know, $1,000 stipend or access to certain tax breaks or whatever, like that's not enough. That's not enough. And so they need to be part of the group that's taken care of and making whole. And then you talk about the Black people that were brought here and made slaves and made to actually build this country and work, you know, with free labor. Black people need to be made whole. And I even say like people that are being overwhelmingly harmed, the brown people that are being overwhelmingly harmed and targeted specifically under this administration due to like ICE raids and you know, what's happening currently, they need to be made whole. The point that I'm trying to get across is that our country has profited off of non-white bodies and has catapulted forward with the use of you know, non-white bodies to develop. And so for me, when it comes to reparations, I say anyone that's non-white that gets that has been massively affected by this country has access to reparations. And an interesting question came up a couple of days ago is like, what about people that are Italian? And you made the point as well, because Italian people, absolutely, they came here as immigrants. They were treated less than, they were negatively impacted by this country. And I said no. And the reason why I say no, though, is because the Italian people who are now here have something that Black people don't have, that indigenous people don't have, that, you know, these brown people being targeted by ICE doesn't have. And that's access to the patriarch, right? Italian people are now classified as white. And since they are classified as white, they get the same type of protections as any other white person, same type of access, same type of progression in our current society as any other white person. So to kind of land my plane, the way that I look at it is anyone who is a second generation American that has been overwhelmingly impacted by these multiple ways that the current country and society has harmed people, they will qualify for reparations. Black people, indigenous people, brown people, it doesn't matter. If you're a second generation American, then yes.
Yeah, see, I agree with some of that. I disagree with other points.
What points do you disagree with?
Well, it's 2 generations back, I think, is too short of a time period. If you were looking at, if your ancestors came directly from slave ships, I would say almost, you know, to be honest with you, as a Canadian, I live in Western New York. Mm-hmm. When I grew up, there was a lot of Indian immigrants, mm-hmm. you know, Middle Eastern, Korean, I grew up with a multicultural of people, and were there racial slurs thrown around? Absolutely. And do I have people of different colors and different ethnicities as friends still to this day? Absolutely. When I came to the United States, I didn't really understand the racism that was here until I got here. I go to home fixing furnaces and air conditioners and whatnot, and I treat everyone's home with the same amount of respect.
Got it.
I take my shoes off when I come in because I hear my parents in my head telling me to take my shoes off when you enter someone's house. You're in their home.
Right.
A lot of African American
question for you.
Yeah.
And I think this may help you understand why I say this, right? And you're hyperfixated on like descendants of slaves, right? And again, I keep making sure that I make this point. It's not just about Black people, but when I talk about the people that would have access to reparations, and I say at least the second generation, specifically, can you tell by looking at me, if you had to guess, would you say that I am Ethiopian? Am I Sudanese? Am I from Somalia? Am I from Kenya? Like what country do you think I'm actually from, or my parents are from Africa?
That's that's like me showing you my face and me asking you what kind of white person I am.
Sure, that's fine, but take a guess for me.
I couldn't even, I would say somewhere in West Africa somewhere. I couldn't tell you an exact place.
Yeah. No, I'm not from Africa. My parents weren't from Africa. My grandparents weren't from Africa. Our history definitely traces back to slave trades and chattel slavery, and coming to the Americas that way. But the point that I'm trying to get across is by making that statement, right? A lot of people can't identify the difference between Black people, right? It doesn't matter if they're first generation, second generation, third generation. Most people look at Black people and see Black people. And since we live in a society that specifically, when you talk about Black people, the different systems that perpetuate racism and harm affect Black people the same. It doesn't matter if it's a first generation Black person, second generation, third generation. Like, these systems perpetuate harm altogether. I'll give you a great example. Do you know what a pulse oximeter is?
No.
Okay. So a pulse oximeter is a piece of medical equipment that is used to test the oxygen level in your system. It's a widely widely used piece of medical equipment that has been around for a while. Did you know? Well, I'm sure you don't know because you never heard of it. But the interesting thing about the pulse oximeter is, while it tests the oxygen level within patients, which is super, super important, it doesn't work correctly on Black people. And that's due to the melanin in our skin. But this is something that they know. This equipment that is used to literally monitor life and oxygen for people does not effectively work for Black people. And it's something that hasn't been addressed. They haven't tried to fix it, change it, do anything about it. They just continue to use it and accept that, right? And the problem with that is that it's a part of medical racism. And it doesn't matter if you are a first generation Black person, second generation, third generation, if you're Ethiopian, if you're Black American, if you are, Somali, whatever, the pulse oximeter will affect you all the same, right? And to land my plane
now, what
this,
do they use that pulse oximeter for? Like, are they looking to see if you're alive? Like, I don't understand what the purpose of that is.
It measures the level of oxygen in your body. It tells you if
it tells. So when are they using that for? Like, what kind of procedures, or like what are they using that for?
To measure the level of oxygen that the patient has in their body, to make sure that they're breathing properly.
Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Like why
What do
they
you mean?
wouldn't. That doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't address something like that.
Oh, yeah, no, it does. It's because it only affects Black people in that way. If it affected white people in that way, then they would fix the equipment. But that's the point, right? Like that's literally the point. The premise that I'm getting across is that no matter where you were born or how long your family's been here or whatever, the things that negatively impact Black people, it knows no limits. And so the premise as far as like, well, you or your family had to be here generations in order to actually qualify for this, I completely disagree, because the things that disenfranchise me, someone whose family has been here for generations, is the same thing that disenfranchises other Black people that just showed up yesterday. It's the same thing.
See, I can agree with that. The only problem is, as a white person, even as an American, like I don't think you're going to sell that to most of the country.
I don't care about selling it.
No, I understand that, but for it to be like all these things that you need to do to win, and I hope the Democrats do win, because like this administration is ridiculous. And like I've never seen in the history of the United States an administration that's acted like this, that's blatantly lied to us time and time again. And we don't even have the journalists or the people on TV to like actually stand up to these people. It's like, it's ridiculous. And
so I'll say this, I mean,
but we have to, just one second, the things you have to work on as a Democrat, and the things that you should work on, definitely universal health care. You have to come up with a proper way to address the border, because that is a lot of Americans' concerns. The way the administration's doing this is too far to the right. And my hope is that when the next administration comes in, it doesn't go too far to the left. There still has to be proper controls of how, like, I had to jump through hoops to come here, and I can say that my path, even as a Canadian, was difficult. So I can't imagine what the path of someone from another country that is, as not as close of an ally.
Question for you. In reality, on a nominal level, right, as an everyday practical level, how does the border or immigrants coming into the country substantially affect your day-to-day life?
How it's the influx of
answer the question directly.
How, well,
on a day-to-day basis, how does
I do heating and air conditioning. I do heating and air conditioning for a living. Mm-hmm. The wage where I live is lower than other parts of the country, even considering it's cold out. And a lot of that is because people come here from a plumber can do heating and air conditioning. So you have immigrants coming in with a plumbing background. Now they're able to do heating and air conditioning because they have a plumbing background, and they are undercutting people. And now if I charge you $2,000 to put in a furnace and someone comes up and says, I can do it for $1,100, you're going to go with the $1,100.
So
which is practical. Hold on.
Immigrants are
and so that person is now taking jobs away from.
So the way that undocumented immigrants are affecting your day-to-day life is that they're taking money out of your pockets by undercutting you because they can work for cheaper. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. And then and they're not exactly knowing 100% what they're doing, because now once they've put in that unit, I get to work because I'm fixing it. I'm fixing what they've done wrong.
So they're not taking any money out of your pocket. They're just extending the amount of business that you get.
In reality, yes and no. I make more money in putting in a furnace than I do coming to your house to do a repair on your furnace.
Sure. All right. So as far as the actual undocumented immigrants,
and now I'm not saying
you have to let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, no problem.
with the undocumented immigrants that are coming in and they are undercutting you and working, are they working as independent people or are they working for someone under the table?
That I couldn't say. I've seen it both ways. I've seen guys from like Texas bidding in places like for large contracts and then bringing Spanish people to do the work, and then they just disappear back to wherever, you know, Texas, Oklahoma, stuff like that. I've also seen independent contractors with their own, you know, plumbing license, and they might not be very good plumbers, but they don't do heating and air conditioning. But again, that's more New York State law, where New York State says, because you do this, you can also do this.
Okay. All right. So the point that I was trying to get to, and I think the thing that people tend to talk about when they talk about like undocumented immigrants coming in and undercutting them, a lot of times it's through those contract bids that undocumented immigrants are able to, that people who hire undocumented immigrants can give lower prices because they can pay undocumented immigrants less. I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed within our system that penalizes those people that are willing to do that. But also I think it's twofold with actually addressing a legal pathway to citizenship that reduces the amount of undocumented immigrants forced to work under the table. They're being exploited. But the reason why I had that question is because while you may assume on a day-to-day basis that undocumented immigrants are affecting your existence in a nominal way, and saying that like, oh, they're taking money out of your pockets. The reason why I don't have anything here about the border is because the border is one of those topics that is something that that people use as a culture war, right? The premise as far as like what's happening at the southern border without talking about what's happening at the northern border, without talking about like people overstaying their visas and all this other stuff, like it's absolutely asinine. People only want to talk about the brown people coming from the southern border, not all the other stuff that affects immigrants being within our country that are undocumented and then the ways that they're exploited. So I'm not interested in culture wars because, you know, we can take a look and see how long that the question of the southern border has been something that needed to be addressed, but more so all, immigration period. The reason why I have things like universal health care is because it's more important, right? It's more important than the border. You might not think it is, but it actually is.
I agree. I agree with universal health care being very important, especially.
You might not think it is because the Republican Party has told people that there's brown people coming from the South to take your jobs and to great people and all this other stuff. But healthcare is more important because it's something that not only affects us if we can't stay healthy, and we understand that like food and drinks and stuff are less regulated in our country. And so it leads to higher health risk. It leads to higher prescription medication. We live in a system that is not trying to actually get healthy people, but to prolong people that continue to engage in the healthcare system. And also, like the number one leader of debt is healthcare debt, which leads to people becoming unhoused. The point that I'm trying to get to is I don't care about like culture war issues and issues that people have such wide disagreements on, and like the actual border. I care about things that will definitely impact our day-to-day life, like healthcare, and something that has been overwhelmingly supported on both sides of the aisle, the left and the right. So that's why I'm not championing focusing on healthcare. I'm championing focus on things that will impact everyday Americans' lives in a substantial way. I sent you a request on mute.
Yeah, I believe universal healthcare is very important. Like it's probably a number one topic. The problem is you're not going to get most Americans to sign on to universal healthcare because, like you said, there is a lot of racism still in this country, and a lot of this country isn't going to want to take care of a brown person or a person of color's healthcare.
I don't care.
I agree.
See, this is the thing about these things on the background. These are non-negotiables because it's things that we can get people behind and we can champion enough people to, you know, get buy-in. These are things that we will force on people, because you're absolutely right. People don't want to help other people. They would rather harm themselves if that means that they don't have to help other people. And I don't care about that anymore. This current administration is doing things that no one wants. Like literally, even people who voted for them are now coming up saying, "I didn't vote for this." The point is that healthcare is something that is should be a right, something that we should have, and we're letting the small majority of people that stand up and say, "Well, I don't want to pay for other people's healthcare." Your tax money already goes to stuff that you quote unquote don't want it to go towards anyway. So who gives a shit that you don't want your money, your tax money, going towards paying for healthcare for poor people? I don't want my tax money going to, you know, babies getting shot in the face in Gaza, but it still goes there. So like, I don't give a fuck about what people want their tax dollars going to or not. Healthcare is something that will be beneficial to everyday Americans, and it's something that we will force on everyone.
You should give every American the same health care that our senators and our politicians get.
I agree. They have excellent health care.
But the problem is most of the country, a good majority of the country doesn't want to sign on to that. So you have to, I understand that you don't care. The problem is you still need to win a presidency.
Yeah. The interesting part about this, right, is that the things that I'm talking about aren't things that are like overwhelmingly pushed back on the left. Like most people on the left can agree on these things. Now, the focus that I think that we have to have is not on the people on the right that vote and support Donald Trump. While I do think that they would be willing to get behind some of these things, I think the focus needs to be on the 10+ million people that don't vote on a normal basis. We need to give them a reason to want to vote. And by telling them like, hey, we'll give you free healthcare. We'll give you reparations. We'll give you these things that will incentivize people to want to vote. So it's not about trying to see if we can reach across the aisle and somehow make the people who vote for like Donald Trump or the right understand like, hey, these things are good for you. It's about actually enticing the people that feel like there's nothing that's being done within our country that, you know, is going to benefit them. So why do they even care about voting? So like, I mean, if we could somehow tap into that 10 million plus group of people, then that's more than enough people to win power.
And I agree with that. The problem is the way that our electric system, our system is set up, isn't set up for that. Like we still have Jim Crow laws in regards to the way that we look at. It's not one citizen, one vote, where it should be. It's this group. It's this area is who is allowed to have one vote or a senator or whatnot. Right?
You mean the Electoral College?
That's the word that I couldn't say. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no.
So
the Electoral College is a failed system. It's something that is a hindrance, and it will continue to be a hindrance. But the point being is that we can blow past the Electoral College. I mean, like there are ways, and no matter what people believe, if we can incentivize enough people to actually vote, then we can supersede the Electoral College. I mean, you could take a look at the way that Barack Obama was able to exploit the Electoral College, both terms, right? I mean, Barack Obama was the last president that actually, it's funny, someone made this joke, but we used to be able to go cast our vote, you know, election day, and then, you know, be out partying in the club the night of election, knowing that we had Barack Obama as the president because of the way that he utilized the Electoral College map and blew past it. So while I do think that the Electoral College is antiquated, it gives unneeded and unwarranted representation. The big thing is tapping into those people who don't vote and pressing the vote in overwhelming amounts. I mean, again, Donald Trump, while winning all the swing states and claiming that he had like this massive sweeping victory, he lied. Donald Trump won by less than 2 million votes. He won by less than 1% of the popular vote. He had the smallest election victory in modern United States history. And that's after like Kamala Harris had 107 days to run. That's after people blaming Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for inflation and not understanding how the border worked and not understanding all these things. Donald Trump barely won, and a ton of people set out and didn't vote. The key is in getting those people who don't vote on a normal basis to show up. And the way we do it is by incentivizing them with things that will actually work.
Well, I wish you all the luck in the world. When you're talking to a broader spectrum of America to try to win an election, you're going up against you have to win the House. Like they have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency. You have to, if you just like, I agree with you, Obama. I think since I've lived here, Obama's been the best president I've seen. I had the most prosperity under him. You know, I don't agree with 100% of the things that he did, you know, some of the strikes that he did overseas and whatnot, but that's nor here nor there.
Overall, Bill
he was
Clinton
overall
had
he was overall your best
Obama,
president.
and then overall Bill Clinton had a more impactful presidency than Barack Obama, and in the short term Joe Biden has more monumental legislation than Barack Obama. And while I appreciate Barack Obama and what he did for the country at that time, like he ain't it. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate you coming up. I'll drop you down, and thank you.
No, like I said, I appreciate, you know, like I wish you all the luck. I hope we win. I do. I hope the Democratic Party wins. Some of the things I know are not going to fly with how I've seen Americans act, you know, like I wish you all the luck. The universal health care for all, I agree with that, you know.
And I appreciate you coming up and sharing that. W's in the chat for Estella for the $2 donation saying, honest question, would you pick free college over free childcare? No, I think free childcare would be even more beneficial than free college. But I think like both of those things are things we have to address at some point. W's in the chat for Manda for the $5 donation saying, no politics related, but I'm sorry your team lost in the wild card round. Lifelong Packers fan here last weekend. Thank you for the great discussion when you came on today. Looking forward to discussions tomorrow and every day. Lots of love and light your way. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the $5 donation and also the love and kindness. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $5 donation saying, we came here the right way. Was the boat ticket to Ellis Island, a 6-second physical exam, and a visual inspection of your signs for TB, and that's if you were poor. If you had money, you just dropped into Manhattan and called it a day. Is the problem the people or the hoop? I completely agree. Like the way that the immigration process has completely shifted, and how we used to do things, so what we do now, like that it should be easier in the sense of advancements in technology and all this other stuff, not more difficult. W's in the chat for all the donos. Also, W's in the chat for Heidi for becoming a late night tuber. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you are someone that disagrees with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are friendly or you agree with everything on the background. We are looking for some debates. With that being said, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. I know we can do it. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Send your daily heart me. It's only $1. It'll boost the live and it'll add you to the team. So make sure you do that as well. Last but not least, 1.1 thousand of us hanging out here. Hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are driving to 80,000 followers. We are officially at 77,000 followers. You know what's funny? This person, Steve, had been in the request and had been yapping in the chat the entire time. Like literally the entire time. And so I was gonna grab Steve and bring him up because he was in the request. But as soon as I got rid of the person that was on the panel, Steve immediately left. If that isn't the most cowardice chicken shit thing that I've ever seen, Steven was literally in the comments running his mouth the entire time. And as soon as I get this person off the panel, getting ready to grab Steven leaves, literally leaves, running his mouth in the comments the entire time. And I said, cool, Steven, you're in the request. That's why I didn't mute you. I'm going to grab you and I'm going to bring you up here. As soon as I dropped the other person, Steven left. Fuck out of here. Let's see here. I love you more, Rihanna. Thank you. Going through grabbing people now. I know like impulse control is, I mean, not impulse control, but like patience isn't certain people's strong suit. And so certain people are getting the request, but they immediately leave before I can get them up here. The great one. Are you a Trump supporter, someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, and I disagree with non-white reparations.
Okay, perfect. Tell me why. Why do you disagree with non-white reparations, and why do you think it's a losing topic for the left?
Reparations have already been paid. The black population has been sucking off the federal taxpayers for many years with welfare. Mm-hmm. I mean, America's paying Black people free healthcare, free food, free shelter. Mm-hmm. And Black people also are responsible for a lower GDP due to their lack of education, due to their lack of wealth, due to, I mean, just low production across the board per capita for sure.
I hear you.
And also,
wait, hold on. You're saying too many points. I want to be able to make sure we can have this back and forth conversation. Yeah. So first and foremost, because the great one isn't your name, I would love to be able to actually call you a real name and have a real conversation with you. What's your name, friend?
Peter.
Peter. All right, Peter. Peter. So a couple of different things. Just an FYI, one thing that you want to know about me is that I don't allow people to say stuff that they can't substantiate. And so if we can't substantiate sources, then you have to stop saying it. And so we'll get to that in just a moment. But one thing I do want to clarify before you go too far, when we talk about reparations, this says non-white reparations. So I'm not just talking about Black people. I know, you see a Black man up here and you think that I'm only referring to Black people, but I've been trying to make sure that I make this extremely clear. When I talk about reparations, I mean anyone that has been overwhelmingly harmed by the United States of America throughout its history. So first and foremost, indigenous people, right? The indigenous people that were killed to the point of cooling the temperature of the earth by the colonizers. Of course, the Black people that built this country for working free through slave labor, but then also the brown people that are massively impacted by the administration and what's happening. So I just wanted to clarify that. But the one question that I do have for you, and I would love any type of proof or I guess a clarification, because you said that they've already received reparations. So you're not saying anything like a direct reparations package that has been received, let's say for like Japanese Americans or for Jewish people when it comes to Germany. You just mean overall the system, the social safety nets that you believe that Black people have benefited from. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and the economic output is low.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. One other quick question for you. Did you know that after the Civil War, after everything was done, did you know that there was reparations that were issued by the United States government?
To Black people?
Nope.
Who were they issued to?
White people. Reparations were issued to white people after the Civil War, specifically to former slave owners who were quote unquote losing their property. The United States government decided to compensate those slave owners because they no longer had the ability to have slaves. So they absolutely gave them reparations. So that's one thing that I do want to call out, right? So while reparations have been issued, it's not reparations that have been issued to Black people at all. Number two, you were talking about the actual social safety nets that Black people have been able to gain access to. And we can talk about like, sure, go ahead.
All right, first off, going back to the Indians.
Not Indians, that's a slur, friend. Indigenous people or natives.
Okay, it's not a slur, but because it's your show, I'll call them indigenous people.
Perfect, thank you.
Indigenous people were murdering each other, torturing each other, killing babies in the other tribes. You've heard of the Plains Indians, right? So
yeah, I have, but the perpetuation of like indigenous people being some form of people that off each other, like that's not true. We understand that tribes have warred throughout the history of the world. It's about proximity. It's not about the actual people of that country being any type of overwhelmingly harmful type of people. The only people throughout the history of the world, and this is true, you can look it up, the only type of people throughout the history of the world that have been overwhelmingly you know, raping people, murdering people, you know, things like that have been white people. Literally, Europeans have traveled from continent to continent, spreading disease, spreading harm, and killing the indigenous people of multiple continents. So I think that's a misnomer on your premise, thinking that indigenous people that were here in the United States were killing each other, because again, the Europeans, the colonizers that came here actually killed people so much so that it cooled the temperature of the earth. I mean, if you want to talk about what they were doing before. No, that's literally true.
No, it's
we
not.
have facts. Sure. Give me 2 seconds.
Fun.
I'll tell you exactly where you can reference that. Give me a second here, Peter. Because the one thing that I don't do is I don't say things that aren't true, but hold tight one moment.
Sure. Why are you looking that up? Can I?
No. I don't want to go too far.
Okay.
All right. So there's multiple articles that has been written about this, and also multiple studies that have been completed about this. You can reference the article that was written on January 31st, 2019 by The Guardian. European colonizers killed so many, it cooled the earth. You can also reference the article by BBC around the same time, actually a day before, American colonization cool earth climate. But studies that you can actually lean on that gives you this direct information comes directly from UCLA, the University of College London, which breaks down the actual disruption that occurred to the climate in the 15th century due to colonization. You can also view the information that's given out by the History Channel. They documented how the colonization death toll affected the climate of the earth. So this is a big thing that was not only studied, published, and referred to years ago, right? Which has been widely accepted across the board. So yes, European colonizers killed so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth.
Okay, The Guardian is a leftist organization. If you look up UCLA in London, they lean left. They have a bunch of extremist left zealots as professors.
Can you tell me where you can verify this?
If you look at the data, we'll just where did they get the data?
Your claim now is The Guardian is leftist, and also the University College of London is full of left extremists. That's fine, perfect. You're talking about something from 2019. Give me a verifiable source that proves that any of these sources that I just covered with you are biased.
They're definitely biased, but I would say
that's fine. No, Peter, no. Give me a source that proves that they're biased.
Well, you mentioned the sources. You brought them up.
Sure, first off, that's fine. But your claim is now that my sources that I gave you, because I referenced multiple sources, and now you're saying they're biased. And I'm willing to accept that they're biased, but you have to actually prove to me that they're biased. So what are you using to prove that they're biased besides you just saying that they're biased? I use sources like All Sides, which is a great way to not only fact check the biases and leanings of certain publications or news publications, but also studies. And I also use things like ground news to verify biases as well. So I would love to know what you're using to verify the biases of the sources that I just gave you. Guys, while he is verifying how he can tell me that the sources that I gave are biased, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are driving towards 80,000 followers on the main account. I'm so excited about that. We're over 77,000 followers. So if you have not hit that follow button, make sure you hit that follow button, but follow the backup account as well. We switch back and forth between the main account and the backup account. So please, please, please make sure that you hit that follow button. Peter, you just have to make sure that every once in a while you swipe back in the app so it doesn't kick you off. So if you are out for too long, it'll kick you off. So swipe back in just for half a second, then you can go back to where you were. Also, guys, just FYI. So let's see here. Let's see, 1 second. Bias rating. All right. Let's see here. Let me pull this specifically this article. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. And go back to all sides. So I'm pulling the information directly related to the study that was completed by pulling a study that was completed by UCL and verifying the actual biasy leanings on that. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
So university.
Oh, if you are out of the app, I can't hear you. You have to.
Okay, if you Google University of London political bias, there's a, it will actually tell you that they lean left. This is the predominant left.
What source are you using to verify that they quote unquote lean left? Like not Google, but what source are you using? Because I'm pulling like are you using all sides, or where, like specifically give me a source that's verifying that they quote unquote lean left.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is cool, guys. Just an FYI, looks like, holy shit, this is interesting. I'm on All Sides right now, and apparently they now have a new section called All Sides X Influencer Bias Chart, which allows you to verify the biases of different influencers. That's super interesting. Holy smokes. That is wild. I did not know this. They're now giving you the biases of different influencers. That's super cool. I think that's important as well, because there's been a shift towards like new media, which influencers are like new media. I'm sure I'm not on here. Someone said, look me up, look yourself up. I'm positive I'm not. They have a chart. But like, I don't know if you can actually necessarily search or if they're just like putting the people in. So.
Yeah, so this is why I know, first off, if you look at surveys, but there's a Patricia Engler wrote an article about this in 2021, and she cites her sources.
What's the article name and what's the publication?
Study finds liberal bias at British, American, Canadian universities.
Liberal bias. Say it one more time. Study finds liberal bias. What?
Study shows liberal bias at Canadian, American, and British institutions. universities, not institutions, universities.
And American and British institutions. And what was the publication published at?
Well, she's listed. She lists plenty of sources within her.
No. I mean, like, is it New York Times, Washington Post? Like, what's the actual?
Okay. First off, New York Times and Washington Post are very left-leaning.
No, I'm just giving you an example so you can understand what I'm talking about. I wasn't saying that's where it is. I'm just saying, like, what's the actual publication? While he grabs that information, W's in the chat for Jose for the $2 donation, saying thank you for your work. Keep it up. Thank you for keeping me informed and making me smarter. I don't know about making smarter, but I really appreciate you being here and actually being willing to engage in the information. I try to make sure that I'm always providing factual information and things that you guys can actually verify yourself. That's really big for me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Joseph for the $2 donation, saying the most democratic government that any of the farmers had personally encountered were those of the Native American nations. The Acorus Confederacy was a significant influence on the U.S. Constitution. I gotta look that up, but thank you, Joseph. I really appreciate the $5 donation. W's in the chat as well for Roberta for the $10 donation, saying thank you for all that you do as a white woman. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sarah. Thank you so much for the galaxy. As a white woman, as a white-looking woman, my African-American heritage was hidden from me until my grandmother was born. I'm learning a lot. Much love, Robin. Robin, thank you so much for that $10 donation. I'm really happy to hear that. Like, that's awesome. Also, W's in the chat for Dragon asking to spell the publication. No worries. We still have to get the publication, so we'll be able to verify that in just a moment. Dragon, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Did you have the title of the publication?
Yeah, well, she's an independent journalist and she references many sources.
Sure, but where did she publish the information? I'm not saying that she's not independent.
It's online. You're not able to find it.
So wait, I mean, did she publish it in a blog? Did she publish it for, like, who did she publish it for? Does she have her own site? Where exactly?
Yeah, she's got her own website. She's got her own website.
Okay. What's her name? So give me her name again.
Patricia Engler. ENGLER. I think she's Canadian.
Patricia Engler. Okay. So let's see here. Patricia Engler. So this is from July 17, 2021. And this is someone who does their own blogging. So this is literally from, what site is this? This is patriciaengler.com. This is literally from patriciaengler.com. She's a blogger that has her own site. But you know what? I'll entertain it because most people have nothing. So let's take a look here. New research has confirmed that top-ranked Western universities discriminate against students and professors who do not conform to leftist ideology. It's no secret when Christian students enter secular universities, they step into a world that seems to lean distinctly left. Holy shit. I experienced this world firsthand while studying science in a liberal Canadian university. There, I strolled through the hallways prepared with leftist approved, but brutally unbiblical messages. Holy shit. I listened to lectures, criticize terrible right-wing arguments about issues like abortion. I read advertising boasting headlines to blasphemously to repeat. Everywhere I look, I saw evidence of a culture founded by secular humans, the worldview which declared, to quote one of my professors, God did not create humans, humans created God. Holy shit, Peter, are you really using this as a source? Are we really going to entertain this? Are you really going to defend this one?
She gets a lot of information from
that, but that's fine. Are you really saying that you want to defend this after making claims that like, oh, these are left-leaning publications? Like literally, the study that you gave me is based off of someone's blog site, and the blog site is openly far right. So like, what are we even talking? Where's there's not even a veil of being unbiased with this information.
There's not a veil of being unbiased with the Guardian.
That's yeah, like I mean, that's fine. I mean, I was telling, yes, I said the Guardian, but also said BBC. When I said the Guardian, I didn't say the Guardian completed the studies. I said the Guardian was one of the actual publications that ran the story after the study had been completed.
And I'm saying this lady didn't crunch the data.
That's what I'm sitting here telling you is like, this is literally someone who's sitting here talking about their personal experience and saying that like, oh, this is, they're against God. Like, you can read the Guardian. The Guardian doesn't talk about like right-wing extremists pushing ideology. Like this literally says that, oh, these institutes are pushing left-wing ideology and it's ungodly. What are we even doing, Peter? Come on now. Come on, Peter.
Well, she references things that are in Adam Smith Institute.
All right. I'll continue to entertain this, Peter, because like, let's entertain it, Peter. It's okay. Let's see here. So professor of politics at the University of London, compiled survey data over 3,000 professors, graduate, doctoral at the American, British, Canadian universities overall. So help me find where specifically, because the original claim, right, was that the UCL was left-leaning and biased. So where does it specifically call out that institute which completed the study?
Where does your climate change propaganda get the data that represents your study? You can't do it. Or if you do, it's going to be embarrassing for you. You said that global cooling was caused by mass.
Bob, that's not what I said. I'm saying you gave me this you gave me this person saying, you specifically said that UCL was biased. You said that. And I said, okay, I'll entertain that. Can you give me a source proving that it's biased? And your point was this actual person proved that specifically that UCL, the University College London, which completed the study, you said that she verified that they're biased. So I'm saying in this information that you gave me, looking through her information, where can I find her specifically calling them out and saying this institution is biased? I don't know what we're doing, chat.
I don't know what we're doing either, but you went down this rabbit hole, brother. You did, man.
The reason being is because I literally gave you sources. You're saying my sources are biased because that's why you don't believe them. And I'm like, cool. Can you prove to me that I'm giving you biased sources? You said that this specific Patricia Angler has proven that specifically UCL was biased. And I'm like, sure, cool. Where does she say that? And I know, guys, I heard it. Listen, we all know what he's been trying to do up here this entire time. The funny thing is when you press people like him, you see what happens. They fold. They fold like a fucking paper plate, right? They fold like one of those cheap paper plates when you're trying to, you go to a cookout and the food's disgusting, but you don't want to be rude. So you kind of move it around with your fork the entire time. And then you fold the plate up and then you put it in the trash so no one can see that you didn't actually eat the food. You were just dumping it in the trash. That's how Peter's folding right now, because when you apply pressure and tell them to prove the things that they say, they can never prove the things that they say. They just want to say the things that they say. So we're applying pressure and he's folding. So we're just waiting for him to actually verify that information for us. Hey, if you're over on the YouTubes, hit that thumbs up button, please. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people viewing. if you don't mind, please and thank you. If you're over here on the old TikToks, let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. We should be moving the likes, guys. Let's keep the likes moving. Also, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the little roses. Can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the little roses. Last but not least, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. It allows us to continue to host these dog walkings daily. So if you enjoy these daily dog walkings, support the live. You know what's funny, chat? We got away from the original points on the background. Just for anyone that came in late and is a little confused as far as what Peter's doing. Peter came up and said he disagreed with the premise as far as non-white reparations, right? And he immediately started talking about Black people and how they've gotten this and that, and how Black people have sucked off the teat of the federal government and whatnot. And so then I made sure that I made the point as far as like, I'm not just talking about Black people. We're talking about indigenous people, Black people, non-white people that have been harmed by what's happening with ICE, all of these things. And so then he started going down the rabbit hole as far as like, oh, indigenous people, they were killing each other. And I was like, no, they, like the colonizers, they killed so many indigenous people that they cooled the temperature of the earth. And, you know, he's like, oh, that's not true. And I told him about the study. And then I gave him multiple sources, articles that have reviewed the study and things like that. And then he said, oh, it's biased. And I was like, cool. Can you tell me where it's biased? And that's where we are. Perfect. Peter, you're back. Did you find specifically where she called out the UCL?
The UCL is under the umbrella of the research data.
Okay,
so
where does it show that?
Go to LAC. No, it is because they.
No, I'm saying that's fine. I'm saying where does it show that?
If you go to.
Remember, I can't hear you while you're out of the app. You have to only talk when you come back in.
There's a PDF called Lacademia. I do academics lean left.
Wait, where is it at? Is it in this actual site that you gave me, or now am I looking for something different?
It's in the Adam Institute. It's an Adam Smith Institute, and it's one of her it's one of her sources.
Okay, so it's in scrolling down. Is it under the footnotes? Where exactly am I looking?
Go to Adam Smith Institute.
So I'm no longer looking at the Patricia Engler site.
No, we're trying to dig into the data. What she said is true. And
right, but you said you said it was one of her sources, and she has multiple sources linked within this page.
Jesus, Santana, what are we doing here, man?
Well, you said this. Like, you gave me this. You gave me this.
You asked. First off, it's incredible you don't acknowledge that the mainstream media is left-leaning. That's unbelievable. Can we just move on to another topic?
We cannot.
Or do you want to keep going down the rabbit hole?
Yes, we are either. So this is how I do things. There's two exits, right? Two exits. Number one, the exit is that you prove what you said, and I'll accept it. Or number two, you can admit that you lied and you can't say that anymore, and then we can move on. But regardless, that's the only way to end this point. We don't get to move on to another point until we actually either prove your claim or you completely denounce your claim. I don't care which one. I don't care which one. W's in the chat for Elizabeth for the $1 donation saying, I got my apolitical sis to listen in and enjoy your lives. That's what's up. Elizabeth, tell your sister I said hello. I hope she's doing well, and I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. For anyone that's wondering why I'm being such a stickler, it's because I made a commitment to myself. All 2026, right? What I'm not doing, crash out, you lose. I'm not dealing with crash outs. I don't care to speak with crash outs because it's not productive. So if you're someone that's going to come up here and immediately crash out or crash in, then you don't get access. Also, number two, I'm no longer allowing people to say things that aren't true and then just pivot off of them. So if you make a claim and it's something that can be verified, then we are going to verify those claims. If you cannot verify those claims, then you have to completely abandon those claims. And the reason why I'm really being a stickler about that is because people that like to debate will make claims and then they will kind of quote unquote not necessarily concede on the claim, but they'll say, well, let's move off of this, and they'll pivot to something else. And then at some point in the furthering of the conversation, they'll reference that earlier point, or they'll try to build something on top of that original point. And the point being that I have is that if you can't actually substantiate these things, then I'm not going to let you build a house of cards on lies. Either you can prove it or you can completely disavow it, and you will never be allowed to say that in my presence again. I don't care which one, but it will be one of the two. I'm not letting people pivot off to a new topic. You have to make a decision. I think the idea that people are unwilling to be like, oh, I was actually wrong, or oh, I lied, or oh, I don't have this information, and the inability to do that to me is like fucking weird. So I refuse. You know what's also funny though, chat? You have people like Peter here who instead of actually being willing to engage in that premise of saying like, hey, I was wrong, when they don't have anything to back up what they're saying, they continue to scrounge and scrape and look for any type of justification. But see, the problem that Peter's running into now is that he gave me a source, and his source doesn't validate what he said, and now he's trying to get to a different source, and I'm looking for a concession on at least his source before we move to this new source. So yeah,
there's no need to, because the research encompasses all of the London.
Sure. Tell me where I'm on this source that you gave me, Patricia Engler. I see multiple actual accredited. She lists out like the studies that she's used. She lists out like the actual footnotes. She puts links in here. Tell me where I can click from her source that cites the actual biases that you were just saying that was encompassed for the UCL. Or again, you can just admit that it's not there, and either we can move on to what other source you have, or you can admit that your sources don't line up and we can just move on from that. I don't care which one, but I just need
they do, because it's all encompassing. I don't understand. If it's an umbrella, if you got an umbrella.
You're saying that's an umbrella. Tell me where I can click on this and show, because again, she cites multiple sources. Where in her actual information does it say that specifically UCL, which falls under this umbrella, where does it point that out?
I think we need to look at the fundamental difference in our argument. You're listening to left websites. I'm listening to right-leaning websites.
Actually, I would say anything. I'm just looking for your source so I can verify what you're saying. I don't care about that. I just want to verify your words.
The UK's London University falls under the umbrella.
Okay, so can you tell
me and everything?
I said, where did you get that information? How did you verify that it's biased? You gave me this blogger, Patricia Engler. I'm willing to accept a fucking blogger, but the thing that you can't do is get the connection between the blogger that you gave me and the source that I gave you. You're saying it's under an umbrella. Cool, that's fine. I'll accept it. Show me where I can get to that and verify it myself so I can stop saying this.
It's built into the cake. It's already baked into the cake, brother.
How do you know that?
You just decide.
How do you know it's baked into the cake? Where do you see the ingredient for that listed for the cake?
You're being difficult, and also
where do you see that for the ingredient that's listed in the cake?
You're being disingenuous.
No, you are. You are. You know why you're being disingenuous? You know why you're doing this is because it's easier for you to actually brush things off and say, oh, that's bias. Oh, that's left leaning. Oh, that's fake news. It's easier for you to do those things than to actually engage with the fact that this information disproves what you're saying. You would rather call it fake news than actually engage with the premise that it challenges your worldview. And I don't care about your fragile worldview. I am here to not only break the walls down, but I am here to shatter the mold of what you think you can actually spew, especially on my platform. I refuse to allow you to pass off any misinformation or disinformation, or at the very least, I'm going to make fun of you for trying to get it off, period.
Well, my views aren't, you know, or my character, whatever you call it, it's not fragile. Actually, Trump wouldn't be president if it were fragile. And
that's fine. I don't care. Yes, Trump is president. Are you willing to concede, and then we can move on to the next point? Like, what are we doing?
No. Santana, you literally want to drill down and find, you know, I
just want you accountable for your words, bub. I just want you to say things that you mean and mean things that you say and be able to verify it. I don't say things that I can't verify, and I don't want you saying things that you can't. What did I say that I can't verify?
You didn't verify the Guardian's sources, the data, and prove me wrong. That
what did I say about the Guardian?
You said, dude, are you kidding me?
What did I say about the Guardian?
Verbatim, you said the Guardian published some letter, paper, whatever, saying
no, I didn't.
Global.
I said there were multiple articles I said there were multiple articles that ran the story about the publication of the study. The Guardian was one. The BBC, BBC was another. The History Channel did information on it. So again, I'm not sitting here saying that I told you that the study was directly cited by specifically UCL, and then you are the one that's saying like, oh, UCL is biased, and that's where we're going from there. So again, you are sitting here, listen, I know you're trying to deflect and you want to get me off of where I am because you don't want to deal with this, but the difference between me, Peter, the difference between me and anyone else that you may have actually spoken to before is that I have ADHD and I am heavily medicated. And when I take my medication, I am hyper fixated and focused. And at this point, Peter, I am hyper fixated and focused on the fact that you have to prove that the UCL is biased, and you gave me a source saying that the UCL was biased, but you can't actually point to where in your source it says that the UCL is biased. So now either you have to admit that the source that you gave me does not prove what you said, or you have to tell me where I can find it in your source. I don't care which one. I am hyper fixated on it. I am literally like a dog with a bone, and I will not give it up. Peter, where are we going with this?
You're actually projecting because you're trying to turn the table because all your publications, and you've never ever looked at the raw data. You've never looked at the university, well, that are left leaning. You've never looked at any of that stuff. And you need to prove that within the University of London, show me the actual data. That's what you need to prove. You're making claims. I disputed the claims. Neither of us are getting down to the data, but you're the one who came up with this hogwash about Native Americans getting unalived in such vast numbers. You're the one making these absurd claims. Then you're unable to back them up, and you try to turn the tables. It's an embarrassment, Santana.
Sure. Listen, you're trying to pivot off the point, and the point that I made was the study that was actually founded, referenced, and published in multiple different forms. And your premise was that any of these sources that I gave were biased. That's why you didn't want to accept my sources. We didn't even get to the point of actually talking about the substance of the sources. You just immediately shot down my sources and said that they were unacceptable because they were biased. And I'm sitting here saying, sure, we can accept that these are biased, but can you verify what your standard of biasy is established in? And from this point, you haven't given me anything to verify the biases beyond the fifis in your tum-tum. So
it says the universities in UK lean left. That means all of them. And there's plenty of research on there.
Sure, that's fine. So are you telling me that Patricia Engler did the study on every single university that is in Canada, America, and Britain?
She references sources that have done that.
Okay.
You start going
where? Give me, and that's fine. See, that's the point that I keep trying to get to. If she references that, then perfect. Tell me where in her information that I can click on this and find that the UCL is one of those actual places that she used to build her source case. That's fine. I'll accept it. But where is it?
It's all the UK universities. You're making this
where
you can't win. So you're literally trying to just
Bub. It's not about winning. I don't care about winning. I just want you to prove the shit that you're saying. We're not, listen, we haven't even, you know what's sad about this, Peter? We haven't even really gotten to the substance yet. Literally, what's happening is your ego is so fucking fragile that you refuse to admit that you said something that you can't prove. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about your ego. If you're gonna keep saying this, if you're telling me that the source that I'm citing is compromised, I'm willing to accept that it's compromised. I'm willing to no longer use a source that's compromised. I just need you to verify where it's compromised. I need you to show me where I can verify that my source is compromised so I will not use it anymore. Literally, you're saying that you won't accept it because it's compromised. I'm telling you, how is your opinion structured saying that it's compromised?
Because the Guardian is leftist leaning. So the source
I'm not talking about the Guardian. I'm talking about UCL.
You brought it up, and that's what they.
I brought the Guardian up because I said they actually put out the publication talking about the study, not that they completed the study. Now give me the information that Patricia Engler actually cited that the UCL was one of those biased institutes. He doesn't have it, Jack. He doesn't have it. He's literally trying to get off of it, and I refuse. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm not playing about this shit this year. I'm so tired of the anti-intellectual. I'm so tired of the people that think they can just say whatever the fuck they want to say and they don't have to prove it. We're not playing those games. W's in the chat for Francis for the $5 donation saying biasy doesn't automatically mean inaccuracy. Big facts. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. Also, going good hard for colonization is wild at its best. Exactly. Listen, the reason why he's going so hard for colonization is because he's a racist. I mean, he literally came up here and blew as many racist dog whistles as he could get off, and he hasn't been able to lean into it yet. So that's why we're here. W's in the chat for Damon, who sent a $10 donation saying, hey, Santana, white men are responsible for the bloodiest and most deprived centuries in human histories. Genocides, wars, imperialism, colonization, and moral bankruptcy. I completely agree. Like, it's literally the thing that's made them where they are today. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation and saying, big W for ADHD. Listen, I don't play about my ADHD. Also, W's in the chat for Spooky for the $5 donation saying he's got nothing, so he's floundering. Typical, I'm right, even though if I'm wrong attitude. Exactly. He has nothing, and so that's what he's leaning into. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me, hit that follow button. Make sure you actually send your daily heart me. If you see like a great heart, send that. But then also turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. I go live every day, and then also I randomly go live because I'm super sporadic. And if you don't want to miss any of those, make sure you turn on your notifications on the main account and the backup account. Peter, last call for alcohol. Come back. Do you have anything that verifies this? Either if you do, then give it to me now and we'll go forward. If you don't, then I need you to drop it and we'll go forward. But at this point, you're literally sputtering. You're going in a circle, and I would like to actually get something out of this conversation. So do you have something that verifies it? Yes or no?
Kaufman's, the source she has is from Kaufman, which is repeatedly multiple times listed in an article. Also, if you look into that,
what are you talking about? Multiple times.
They surveyed the top 100.
No, Peter. I don't want you spinning off of this with the source that you originally gave me with Patricia Engler with her blog. Do you have the verification for the UCL there? Yes or no?
Yes, it's in Kaufman. They surveyed the top 100 universities, and London is one of the top 100 universities.
Where on her site? Where on her site? That's fine. Where on her site? I don't need you to explain it. Just tell me where to click at on the site to find it.
In the footnotes, it says Eric Kaufman, but don't click on it. You got to copy and paste. The link is dead. You got to copy.
Which one? It says Eric Kaufman multiple. Which one? It says Eric Kaufman multiple times. There's number 4. There's number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Where?
Academic freedom in crisis.
Which one? Which number? Number 3?
Number 3. Yeah.
Okay, so why wouldn't I put right number 3? It has a link. Why are you telling me not to click on the link?
You gotta, because for some reason the HTTPS is not. It's a broken link. You gotta copy and paste it into Google, and it will take you to the actual data where they surveyed the 100 biggest universities in London. Which
give me a second
universities, here. Excuse me, in UK, and London is one of the top 100 universities in UK. This is common sense.
So wait, am I putting this in the URL? Or are you saying go specifically to Google and put the URL in Google? Which one?
No. Put the title. Put the title.
So not the URL, the title.
Yeah.
Okay,
Santana,
give me a second.
You're insufferable, man.
Yeah, I know it's hard to make you. I'm sorry, it's hard to actually be able to prove the things that you say. So the title, Academic Freedom in Crisis, Publishment, Political Discrimination, and Self-Censorship Study for the Center of Partnership and Ideology. Am I putting that, or do I need to put everything? Which part?
That's a good starting point. I mean, I could, hold on, I have to. I put it in up to self-censorship. Yeah, self-censorship.
Okay, so let's see here. Center for Study of Partnership and Ideology, Academic Freedom in Crisis, Punishment, Political Discrimination, and Self-Censorship. The summary, let's see here. Introduction, survey. Let's see here. All right, so table method, population sample, each survey discussed report. More detailed survey may be found in the appendix. So this is US and Canada, UK YouGov, UK mail out, US and Canada PhD survey, UK PhD survey, US NAS, graduate student academic career survey, UK non-academic survey. So let's see here, academics from the top 100 universities and top 40, US universities, top 40 Canadian university, most social sciences, humanitarian, some STEM academics from YouGov, National, British panel, British SSH academics and PhD students.
Santana.
Okay, so
God,
yes.
Man. Okay, London UCL, right? Mm-hmm. London UCL is one of the top 100. It's actually one of the top 10 universities in UK.
Yeah, that's fine. Where are you seeing this? Looking at the actual source that you just gave me, right? Because it says here, I also filled out, no, hold on one second. I also filled out a UK online mail out survey to academics in the top 100 universities. So this is a mailer survey that he did. He said he did a mailer survey. So help me understand this. The information that he is saying that the university is biased is based off of surveys that he completed for the top 100 institutes. He's not saying that he actually surveyed 100 people at each institute. He's saying that he sent surveys out to 100 different institutes.
Yeah, it's included in the survey. I mean, this is common sense at this point.
So who did he send the surveys to? Because again, he didn't survey 100 people at this actual institution. He sent 100 surveys out to institutions. So meaning one person at each institution filled out the survey.
You don't know that.
That's literally what he says right here. I'm reading the information. He's talking about how he actually got the information. He's literally talking about how he created his data set. When he reached out to the actual institutes, it was the top 100 that you keep citing. He's saying that he sent out mail-out surveys to academics at those institutes.
That's right. And you said one person at each institute. You're flawed. That's not right.
He's literally saying it right here in his data.
He's not saying that. He's saying he sent a UK online survey.
Tell me where I just read this out. I literally just read this out right here. Also filled out UK online mail out surveys for academics academics in the top 100 universities compared with relative randomly selected UK.gov samples on North American sites. When he talks about compiling a larger data set, it's through the YouGov. And he's saying that he actually polled retired and former academians. Says here that it is comprised of approximately 101,000 current or retired academias across the spectrum when it comes to him actually compiling the information. But specifically when it comes to the top 100 that you cited, he sent it out to 100 institutes. He didn't survey 100 people. He sent it out to 100 institutes.
Okay, listen.
And just for FYI, for anyone wondering what this is talking about, this talks about like the actual institutes and how they respond. So they're talking about, he's looking at the breakdown as far as like no platforming / firing. He's looking at things that are considered to be freedom of speech incidents. He's looking at things that would be considered to be discrimination, action, and bullying. So these are the things that he's actually looking at. Nothing that I've seen so far speaks to a compromise in the actual overall academics and the way that they complete studies. Just the fact that he's pointing out in different universities, college institutes across the globe that more people engage in different forms of discrimination. This isn't even about biases. This is just about like discrimination.
No, it's actually discrimination toward conservatives, Santana. If you, in the totality, I mean, if you read the whole thing, you'll see that.
There's no way that you've read this whole thing. You said if I read the whole thing, this thing is massive. You just found this, Peter. You haven't read the whole thing. So how can you sit here and say if I read the whole thing? Like you just gave me the source. Two, I can't even tell how many pages this is. I'm still scrolling and have gotten nowhere near the bottom.
Just admit you're wrong.
No, you admit it. What the fuck are you talking about, Peter?
I'm not going to admit I'm wrong because I'm not.
I know you're not. I know you're not. Don't even worry about it. This has been a fucking waste of time. This entire conversation has been a complete waste of time. All because Peter couldn't admit that he had no fucking clue what he was talking about. I refuse to let you guys engage in misinformation and disinformation. I sat here and I played your game. We went from a fucking blogger. He cited a blogger as a source. A blogger. And then I went to this additional information and it didn't even say what he said it said. What the fuck are we doing? And let's not forget the real reason that he came up here is because he wanted to be a racist POS, but I wouldn't let him do it. He didn't even get to do the racism, guys. Chat, he came up here because he wanted to do the racism and I didn't let him do the racism. I know he's mad that he didn't get to do the racism. I know he is so pissed off that he didn't get to do the racism. But if you want to do the racism, then you got to at least bring some facts so you can do the racism. I'm not going to let you just do it for free. Debbie's in the chat for Curtis for the $5 euro. Say, I'm a graduate of UCL University College London at the Russell Group University, and the amount of reviews their students, their studies go through is unbelievable. No biases. Exactly. And not only that, because again, the point that was made is it's not about having no biases. I mean, like saying that anything has no biases is absolutely something that is like insane. But understanding that things have, there are verifiable sources, and there's a way that we can verify those things, and that's important. So Debbie's in the chat for Curtis for the $5 Euro super chat. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only requests up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with one of the points on the background. This is the 2028 Democratic presidential agenda, and this is what we will be demanding. Hi, James. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? With soothing triple oat complex. James, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down.
Thank you.
Guys, this is a good time to do this. Take a look at the bottom of the screen. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. There's a couple of different people in the request. If you see the pink and blue person, you're perfectly fine. That means you're not in the request. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request and you are here ready to debate. So if you see the gray person, that means that you are a Trump supporter or you are someone that disagrees with one of these points on the background as far as the the Democratic nominee has to be ready to lock them up, RNC, go after those people that are breaking the laws within the Republican Party. We're demanding universal health care. We're demanding that we codify Roe into Wade. We're demanding free college, and we are demanding reparations for non-white people. If you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with any of those points, get in the box. Get in the box. Hi, Penny Lane. Are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background?
I joined by mistake, sorry.
All right, no worries. I'll drop you down.
Hello.
Hi, the Nikki. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't disagree with anything, but I do have a question about one of your topics.
I appreciate you so much. You can ask the question in the chat or you can get one of the mods, but please, please, please only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Muse, he said you're Democrats of the Southern Whigs, aka pro-slavery, aka not for you. Sure, that's fine. Muse, I'm gonna mute you because I don't care about what you're saying in the comments, but I am gonna send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. I really need to have you explain yourself, or you can just say you're too much of a coward and not come up, which I am willing to bet that Muse is either going to leave the live or just not accept the invite to come up. Which one do you guys think? Do you think Muse, never mind, Muse, okay. Do you think Muse is gonna not accept the request or just leave the live? What do you guys think? What are you betting? Is Muse just gonna sit there and let the actual request expire or keep rejecting, or they're just gonna leave? They haven't denied it. It's still sitting on their screen. I'm looking right at Muse. I can see that the invite is still there. Hit that accept button, bub. I'm not gonna accept it. Just let it sit there. That's exactly what they're doing. They're waiting for it to time out so they don't have to come up here and be held accountable for their words. I want to show you guys this really quick. Oh, they denied it. They denied it and they left. Holy shit, right when I was about to turn the camera on and show you. They denied it and left. Oh, you're such a coward. You're such a coward. You guys, like, literally, you do this. You sit here and you say like all this wild shit in the comments, but yet you are terrified to actually be held accountable for your words. They're terrified to be held accountable for their words. Hi, Zoranite. Zoranite, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? You've requested up multiple times, multiple days. Like I'm wondering what's happening. You're just not gonna say anything. All right, I'm gonna drop you down. Like this person has literally been in the box multiple times, multiple days, and I finally get to them and nothing. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, if you are a Trump supporter or if you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not, or if you agree with everything on the background. We're not looking to talk to people that agree. We're looking for people that disagree, because the point is that we refuse to actually give in the need for the left to take power from the right, and not only take power from the right, but for us to dictate to the left that these things are non-negotiable. Guys, the points that I have on the background, this is not nice to have. These are not wishful thinking. All of this is the point that we have to do these things. You're lying, Joseph. It's weird. I can't even get in your box. Yeah, that's not true. You can request up. As a matter of fact, I sent you an invite. You said you can't request up. Cool. I sent you an invite. Joseph, if you can't request up, don't even worry about it, sweetheart. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I just sent you an invite. Accept that. Or you're just a liar. I love how they get in the comments and they just fucking lie. Like people are just gonna believe what they said. Yeah, the difference between me and anyone else that you may speak with on the left is I don't duck no smoke. I run straight up the chimney. I don't care who you are. Joseph said that they couldn't request up. Joseph, why'd you deny? Not fucking Joseph rejecting the request and then leaving is fucking wild. These people are sick. They're sick. Let's see here. Fucking W's in the chat for Ruby. Holy shit, Ruby sent a $50 donation saying thank you for not letting them pivot. I really enjoy your lives. Ruby, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $50. That is like massively way too kind. $50, holy shit. But even more than that, like I really wish we could get into some substance. I'm sorry that like the last person that we talked to, we just went in a circle because like they would refuse to actually engage, but I'm not going to let them do it. But thank you so much, Ruby. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Solomon for the $25 donation saying you have made me and so many others better human beings. You know what? I appreciate the sentiment behind it. That's, whoa, that's big, Solomon. I'm flattered. I couldn't accept that. Hopefully I just like at some point challenged you to think. Like seriously, hopefully I challenged you to think. And if I've done that, then that's all that I could ever ask for. So W's in the chat for Gwendolyn for the $10 donation saying, I need to learn from you. You have a calm, factual method. People, your last guest would have to have me enraged. Yeah, like the one thing that I will say is that like I've crashed out plenty of times before. And the thing that I've absolutely, the point that I've gotten to is like crashing out does nothing. Like literally crashing out gives them what they want. And there's no point in crashing out with these people anymore. Either they engage in a good faith debate or conversation, or like they don't. But I'm not going to crash out with them, and I'm not going to let them crash out. Like there's nothing beneficial about it. So yeah, guys, they're not here. I mean, they're here. They're here. See, this is the pitfall of what I do. I'm gonna keep it funky with you for half a second, chat. This is the pitfall of what I do. When you will not let them, what is RNC, Republican National Convention? It's just shorthand for people on the right. So that's what it is. When you actually hold people accountable for their words, when you hold, especially people who support Donald Trump, because most people that support Donald Trump, they don't support Donald Trump for factual reasons. They support Donald Trump because of their feelings, right? I mean, if we're going to be completely honest, they don't lean on sources. They don't lean on information. They just lean on their feelings, right? Josie, can you elaborate on what non-white reparations mean? Reparations for non-white people. That's what it means. If you disagree with it, you can come up and we can, you know, elaborate. But yeah, that's what it means. Hi, Stephen. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Oh, I ain't mean, that was an accident, bro.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Yep. But what I was saying is, what happens is once you start to hold these people accountable and make them address anything that is beyond their feelings, then they don't want to talk to you anymore. They don't want to talk to you, or they stop running their mouth in the chat, right? That's where we are now, because even if you take a look at the comments, 1.6 thousand of us hanging out on TikTok, or like another 500 over on YouTube, and they're not running their mouths in the chat anymore, because they know that if they start yapping in the chat, then they get muted, they get invites, they get called out. I tell them specifically, get up here, right? And so now we've moved to the point where these people are just sitting and hate watching. Know your feelings is why you change. Your feelings is why you, what are you talking about, Chris? Whose feelings is why who changes? Sure. Chris, I'm going to mute you. Oh, Chris, get up here. I know this profile picture. I muted you, Chris. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it, Chris. Again, so what happens is when you mute them and you call them out directly, then they actually have to stop defending the things that they say. And so instead of them actually, you know, coming up, they would rather sit quietly and suffer than to actually come up and debate. Chris, you said my feelings is the reason why I change?
Yeah, sure. You got universal health care up there. Why do you want to take my health care away?
Okay. So you think universal health care means that I want to take your health care away?
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with what I got.
Sure. Can you explain to me the logic as far as how you made that connection? And I'm being completely sincere. Maybe I'm missing something. So if you can explain that to me, maybe I'll understand what you mean.
Well, you're advocating for universal health care. That means you have feelings for the whole society and want everyone to have the same health care, yeah?
No. I don't care about people having the same health care. Serious question for you, Chris. What's universal health care, or what, at the very least, what do you think it is?
Well, I'm assuming you're saying a government-run health care that all citizens can be a part of, which is paid for by the taxpayers. Yeah, basically.
A little bit. Okay, maybe if I explain it a little bit more, and I get it right. It's just a bullet point, and so like it doesn't really give the detail as far as what I'm thinking. So let me fully explain it to you, and then you tell me if you still push back on it. All right. So Chris, for me, universal health care means that we provide a public option, and a public option means that everyone has access to free health care via the public option. Now, that does not restrict private health care. If people want more than what is offered within the public option, then they have the ability, just like they do now, to purchase private health care. But this gives a base, a floor, a level that every single person has that gives them complete access to healthcare. So if they need to access healthcare, they don't have to worry about the cost, and even more so, they don't have to worry about the overwhelming impact of healthcare debt. So Chris, no, I'm not trying to take your healthcare away from you. You can absolutely keep your healthcare. The point that I'm making is if you actually want a free public option, then you can have that as well.
Okay. Well, I believe most Democrats were saying just a blanket healthcare insurance paid for.
Am I most Democrats, or are you talking to me?
Well, from what I understand, is the liberal idea.
Sure, but are you talking to the liberal idea, or are you talking to me?
Well, like you said, it was a bullying point. So
yeah. Now engage with what I just said, though. What do you think about what I said?
Well, if they can make that work, I mean, I don't really see what's any different between Medicare and what you're suggesting now.
Not everyone has access to it. There's qualifications, things that you have to do in order to be able to meet it. With my premise as far as the public option for all Americans, as long as you're an American citizen, there are no requirements. You automatically get access.
My whole thing is, I do not want the government in control of my healthcare. I don't want anyone.
When did I say anything about the government controlling your healthcare?
Well, I just think that's the normal argument.
Yeah, but again, Chris, you keep saying that, but we're not talking, you're not talking to, you know, someone that's argued this before. You're not talking to a random person. You're specifically talking to me about the idea that I'm pushing on my background. So I need you to directly engage with what I'm saying, not what other people have said or what you think other people are saying. I need you to engage with what I'm saying directly.
Okay, but regardless, that would come out of my tax money, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm already spending money for healthcare.
What does that matter?
That I don't want to spend more money for healthcare.
Okay.
Okay.
What does that matter? It doesn't matter that you don't want to. Question for you, Chris. Can you tell me specifically your current tax dollars, the breakdown of the taxes that can't come out of your check? Can you tell me specifically where those funds are allocated to?
No, not by percentage. No.
Okay, perfect. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because more than likely, Chris, if you look at the actual breakdown of your tax dollars, it's being spent on certain things that you would say, like, I don't want my tax dollars going to that. But the point is that like that's how our taxes work, that we appoint people that actually create budgets for our tax dollars, and they make the decisions as far as where our tax dollars go. I don't want my tax dollars going to the war machine that is the United States military, but my tax dollars go to it. I don't want my tax dollars going to help paying for healthcare for people in Israel, but that's what my tax dollars go towards. I don't want my tax dollars going towards, you know, Donald Trump being able to golf at Mar-a-Lago every weekend, but my tax dollars goes towards providing Secret Service protection for him to do that. The point that I'm trying to get across is, while people may say, I don't want my tax dollars going towards this or that or this or that, they just don't want the idea of poor people being taken care of by their tax dollars, where literally their tax dollars pay for things that they don't want already.
Correct. But with a it would be an increase in tax dollars for universal health care.
There could be, or we could just actually fix our budgets. Donald Trump is proposing a new military budget that is $1.5 trillion. Currently, we have a military budget that's about $1 trillion. We can, if we don't want to increase taxes on everyday Americans, which that's one way, right? Sure, fine, we can do that. Or we can reallocate current taxes that are being collected for other things, including the military budget. We can do things like close tax loopholes and ensure that the wealthiest among us, the millionaires and billionaires, are actually paying their fair share of taxes. Or we can actually increase corporate taxes and make these corporations who aren't paying their people adequate living costs or providing them real health care, we can make them pay for it with increased taxes. And when I say increase, it's a slight increase, and it will generate enough additional taxes to cover the cost for Americans and their health care.
Well, we'd have to put a pinpoint number on that.
Sure. What does that matter?
Well, I mean, if I'm paying an extra $100 compared to an extra $5,000, yeah, it matters.
Again, where do you think you would? All right. For making the increase for American citizens, if we're going to make American citizens actually pay the taxes, it is an increase of anywhere from 3 to 5%, 3 to 5% increase in your taxes. So when it's 3 to 5% more as far as what you're already paying.
5% more is a lot.
How much are you paying them? How much are you paying each paycheck in taxes, if you had to guess?
It's like 24%.
No, how much are you paying currently in taxes? Put a number on it, not a percentage. Each paycheck, X amount of dollars come out of your check for taxes.
Well, either way, if you hit a certain threshold, it's going to take a percentage.
That's fine, but just answer the question. How much do you think out of each of your paycheck, do you think there's $1,000 in taxes, $2,000 in taxes, $3,000 in taxes? How much do you think each paycheck comes out of your actual taxes or out of your check for taxes?
I'll say I paid 45 grand last year in taxes. So whatever that math is per week.
You paid $45,000 in taxes every week?
No, last year I said I paid that total last year.
Paid,
so if you divide that by 52 weeks.
Okay, so you paid $45,000 total.
Correct.
Okay. All right, for 52 weeks. So that's about let's just say $865, right?
Correct. Yeah, that sounds
in
about
taxes, right? $865. So let's say $865. We increase that by the max, which is 5%. That's an additional $43. Let's say 44 to round it up. So instead of $865, you would be paying an additional. You would be paying, instead of $865, you'd be paying $901, and that would provide universal health care. So $44 is $44 worth it? Yes or no?
To me, no. I wouldn't be using it.
I don't care about you using it. I'm talking about you.
Me using it.
I hear you, and you're selfish. But guess what? I don't give a shit about you being selfish.
That's
because
selfish.
You don't.
Why can't
it is.
It's
Literally selfish because you're saying $44 a week is enough to allow other Americans to die on the streets without access to health care. $44 is enough for you to sit here and say, I don't want other people to be able to have access to chemotherapy, to have access to their prescription medicine, to be able to just live a normal life. You're sitting here saying $44 is your line, while literally the amount of money that you pay for the United States military, the amount of money that you pay for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, you don't know anything. How much money do you think the United States government has given to Elon Musk in government subsidies? What would you think?
Oh, billions.
Billions of billions of billions of dollars. Where does that money come from?
How many jobs?
Where does that money come from, Chris?
Your taxpayer money.
So if your taxes your taxes are directly going to you funding billionaires and the first ever person that's in line to be a trillionaire, you're good with giving them your $44, but to give $44 to allow someone to be able to live, not to live in luxury, not to do all these wonderful things, but just to make sure that they can have prescription medication, just to make sure that they can actually go get a checkup, just to make sure that they can actually have, their medical needs diagnosed. You don't want to give up $44 for that, but you're not saying shit about giving up the money that you do for these billionaires to live the life that they live. Chris, you don't think that's selfish?
No, what I think is Elon will provide jobs to other people and they can go out there and purchase their own insurance.
How? He's literally not. He's literally not. Chris, I'm sorry. So this is why I don't give a shit about you wanting to actually give up the tax dollars to pay for universal health care, because people like you, Chris, is the reason why the United States of America continues to take a step backwards. You think for some reason that you're like one lottery ticket away from being a billionaire. So you sympathize for billionaires instead of sympathizing for people that are literally just like you. You know what's funny about this, Chris? You sit here and say, I have my own insurance. I don't need this. But guess what? You are literally one medical emergency away from needing that. Because Chris, while you may be happy and healthy today, in which I wish you happiness and health for the rest of your life, that does not mean that you will be able to stay healthy for the rest of your life. That does not mean that your private insurance will continue to cover you for the rest of your life. Yeah. You literally sitting here saying you don't want to do this because you aren't using it right now does not mean that you won't use that in the future. Chris, it does not mean that people that you love won't have access to it. Your parents, your family, your friends. Like you're literally thinking about yourself and you're talking about $44. $44 won't even buy you a fucking dinner date with your wife. But you're sitting here talking about $44 because you don't want to give up that $44 to help take care of poor people. What are we talking about, Chris?
Well, this is where you're wrong. It's not that I'm selfish and don't want to help anyone. It's I don't want the government in charge of that.
The government isn't in charge of it.
The government would be in charge of universal health care. What if I gave my money, all that tax money, to the local church and they can help local people in my community? How's that any different? Other than the government.
Because local churches don't help people.
You're from South Carolina.
Yes.
How many
local churches don't help people?
5-mile radius. They used to.
A lot of shit used to happen. Local churches don't help people.
They still stand.
Yes, they stand and they collect tax dollars and they're tax shelters. They don't help people.
I disagree with you. They absolutely help people.
Sure. Hey, do you remember like there was this whole big hubbubaloo on the internet? There was this lady, right, who was calling while the government was shut down, and she was calling all of these mega churches, right, saying like, hey, I'm starving, my baby's starving, I need help with getting baby formula. And all the person did was record, this is the church, this is what we're calling, this is the call, and posted it online. Do you remember that person and the whole thing that was going around?
I remember something like that,
yeah. She reached out to all of these mega churches, all of these 501c tax shelters, all of these places that are supposed to do the work of the Lord. And you know what they told her?
Can't help you.
No, can't help you. Literally. Your premise that, oh, we need to actually, we can give this to the churches and the churches can do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it because that's not what they're about. We deserve these things as American citizens, and your premise still is false because you're sitting here saying you don't want your tax money going to it, but yet you don't know what your tax money actually goes towards. And are you good with your tax money going to shooting babies in the face?
No.
Okay. Why aren't you saying that you want to actually stop your tax money from going to Israel?
I mean, I support Israel, but
exactly.
No,
but do you support them shooting babies in the face?
I don't want to provide their health care.
Well, it goes there, but you're not complaining about it. Why should our tax dollars help go support healthcare in Israel without supporting healthcare in the United States?
I don't think we need to support healthcare in Israel.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You didn't say that. You're only talking about providing healthcare here within the United States. But you're saying that. But you know what the difference is? You know what the difference is? While you're sitting here saying that you don't want it to, it doesn't matter because they already did it. Chris, they've already did it, and you haven't pushed back on it at all.
Well, I've done what I can. I just don't want to pay any higher tax rate. And what can I do about it?
Yeah, tell me what can you do?
I'm not in charge of that.
Chris, I think you're missing the point, right? The point, and I'm gonna try to give this to you as simple as I can. The amount of money that we spend on taxes currently as American citizens, we should be able to have access to services that overwhelmingly benefit Americans. And while you may not want your individual dollars to go to these certain things that you don't think that you will partake in, we live in a society. And if you can give $44 that would give access to healthcare, and it can improve society, then it would make our country a better place for you, Chris. If you can give $44 and give access to healthcare, and then that reduces the amount of people that are unhoused, that's a benefit to you, Chris, because while you may not be unhoused, what that actually does is that injects more people into the workforce, that allows people to generate more revenue. They can spend money on the things that would help you, Chris, or they can actually do things that you can, purchase. Like Chris, directly, the people that would be helped by having access to universal healthcare, it's not just that we're giving away free healthcare, we're increasing the standard of living within our society. And Chris, unless you live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, off the grid, completely by yourself, you hunt your own food, you bring in your own well water, you generate your own electricity, you don't talk to other people, unless you are completely in a silo by yourself, giving people access to universal health care indirectly or directly will improve your life. You just don't want to give up $44 because you hate poor people.
Or I want to give it to the church, my local community, and help them.
You're fucking lying.
Why?
You're fucking lying, Chris, because if you wanted to give it to the church, you could give it to the church and you would have been doing that already. You're just sitting here saying that because you think that that's an out versus what I'm saying.
I give tithings every week.
Okay.
And if you were a member of my church and you needed something, you would get it.
Okay. So it's a trust me, bro. It's a trust me, bro, for your church.
This is how America used to work, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's literally
Why
not.
are there so
you
many
understand
churches?
that healthcare
Why
used
are
to
there
be
so
way
many
more
churches?
affordable prior to the actual Reagan era, where like multiple things changed around the Reagan era. We can talk about education. We can talk about the cost of living with the federal minimum wage. We can also talk about healthcare. Like all of these things have been propagandized, and people on the right have told you that you don't need these things. They're literally telling you, Chris, that you don't need these things. And you do. And not only do you need these things, Chris, you fucking deserve these things. You
Well, what I'm
deserve
telling
them.
you is America's always had these social programs. They just weren't through the government. They were through your local community church. That's why you're in South Carolina. You can go 5 miles each way. I bet you see 4 churches. Yes,
I'm not in South Carolina anymore. I'm from South Carolina. I'm in Washington State. And going to your local churches absolutely does nothing. Chris, why do we have to count on the goodness of other people instead of actually having our government? What the fuck is the point of having our governmental society then if it's not going to take care of the people? Don't we actually vote for government officials and they're supposed to be public servants because they're supposed to actually be the people we put in power to do good things for us? Like, isn't that the point of the government?
Federally, all I think they need to do is military, protect us. But we are free people.
But see, listen,
free people, man.
But listen, Chris, you keep saying this is what I think they should do, or this is what I think they shouldn't do. That's fine. We can talk about what you think they should or shouldn't do. But the point is, this is what they're supposed to do. And this is what they have the ability to do. And if they can increase the military budget to $1.5 trillion, our military budget currently is larger than the next 14 countries combined.
And that's what makes us the top dog of the world.
If you take our United States military budget and cut it in half, we still have the largest budget by $300 billion. And you can say that makes us the top dog in the world. We still literally have fucking poor people walking around. We still have unhoused veterans walking up and down our streets. We have veterans who have put their lives on the line for this country that you said that made us the top dogs, but yet they're walking around with no shoes on, and you have a fucking person from South Africa and Elon Musk that inherited emerald mines who came here and has absolutely lived off the back of government subsidies through all of his companies and made himself to be lined up to be the first trillionaire in the history of the world. But yet we have veterans that are unhoused, walking around without shoes.
Yeah, that's
and you have a problem with the poor people.
That's wrong. No, the government, that budget should definitely take care of the veterans. But I'm not mad at Elon Musk for doing what he did in his life to be successful.
Elon Musk has done nothing but exploit people. People like you, Chris. Literally, that's all Elon Musk.
I don't own a Tesla. I've done nothing.
I don't give a shit about owning a Tesla. I'm saying he's exploited people like you.
We don't lower our standards to make everybody equal in society. It's not how it works.
When did I say anything about lowering standards?
That's the whole platform.
Wait, so you think no. Wait, you think universal healthcare is a lowered standard?
I think you want to lower the population standard to try to make everyone equal.
How is universal healthcare a lower standard?
Why can people not go out there and go to work and get the health insurance?
Because not everyone has the ability to work. And then also not everyone that works,
and that's where you have
offered, not everyone that works has jobs that give adequate health care. But the point that I'm trying to get back to, you said that why should we lower our standards? How is giving access to healthcare lowering standards? Tell me one thing that giving people access to healthcare would do that is a negative.
Because you're literally shitting on people who have done it and made it their own way and got their own insurance.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? The premise, no, Chris, it's selfish people like you. It's literally just selfish people. Chris,
people that
Chris,
haven't.
it's literally selfish people like you that don't care about other people. It's not about people earning it, because you know what? I've earned it, and I don't give a shit about my tax dollars going to help people that need health care. I've earned it, and I don't care about it. The difference between me and you is that you're selfish and you don't want to help poor people because you think
When you get reduced
everyone
healthcare costs, all healthcare will go down, and that's it.
How? Tell me how.
Okay, if you're a doctor, who are you working for? The one where you can make the most money, right?
Depends on the doctor. Give me something. Chris, I need you to do this because I'm not about to let you make up a scenario, right? We literally have multiple countries within around the world that already provide universal health care. So you don't have to make up a scenario. Chris, hold on. No. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to make up a scenario. You can actually give substantial proof to what you're about to say. Your point is that when providing universal health care, the standard of health care goes down. What I want you to do is go find me a source that proves that since instituting universal health care, that countries' standards of health care has decreased. I'm going to thank a couple of people. I'm going to give you time to do that. You don't have to make up any scenarios. You can literally go find a source because there's multiple countries that engage in universal health care.
Tell me one with a large population.
Go find it. You said unemployed host, Mr. Nice Guy. I'm going to mute you. Come up here and tell me about it, Bubba. I'm gonna mute you. I just sent you a request, Mr. Nice Guy. Come up here and tell me about it. You don't get to cry from the comments.
Go to work, buddy. Go to work.
Yeah,
Stop
sure.
panhandling.
I'm literally working right now. I'm working, Chris, and now I'm working you as well. How am I panhandling?
Because you grift all day. You're a big grifter.
How am I grifting?
I gotta go to work. I'll talk to you another time.
No. Don't run and cry. I need you to stay right here. Listen. Me providing information sources, entertainment to people is what you consider grifting. Listen, you sitting here saying that, oh, me actually providing a service that people care enough to support and donate to, how is that grifting? That doesn't make sense.
Panhandler.
How is that panhandling? How am I panhandling? Be specific.
Panhandling. Go to work.
Listen, you're crying. You're just whining. You're jealous that no one likes you enough to actually. I hear you. That's fine. W's in the chat for Gwendolyn for the $40 donation. Gwendolyn said I wanted to send 50, but I made sure I had the right person. Gwendolyn, thank you so much for that $40 donation. You were fucking awesome, and I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for JoJo for the $10 donation, saying I really love it when you keep it funky with the people. Thank you again for consciously providing new perspectives, regularly challenging our own unconscious biases is so critical. I agree. Thank you so much for the galaxy. He ran. Oh, little poo poo ran. Him ran. They literally get so emotional. Anyway, W's in chat for Linda for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, I would really love it if anytime somebody brought up universal healthcare, you ask, why are they okay with paying for Israel but not their own? Literally, that was the point that I was making. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Kelsey for the $5 donation saying, I don't know if I agree or disagree with reparations. Thank you for the corgi. I'm also terrified. I'm going on live to ask, so can you elaborate your opinion? Yeah, I think that the country has harmed so many non-white people that it's time to make them whole. Anything beyond that would be me needing to debate someone on the position. I don't want to give it away just because, whatever, but that's the point. W's in chat for Matt Scrabble for the $5 donation saying, the U.S. Spends more tax money on healthcare per capita than any country with universal healthcare. Providing everyone with healthcare prevents many chronic and severe issues that are most costly to taxpayers overall. That's the point that I was getting to. Literally, I was getting to that. W's in the chat for Abby for the $5 donation saying, hey, the underwriter here, this guy has health insurance, which means he pays for a monthly premium and likely a contribution to his HSA. That's a lot more expensive than $44 a week, just saying. Exactly. W's in the chat for Jackie for the $3 donation saying, you could tell them that I don't know what you're trying to say there. All they need to do is unsubscribe to Netflix and they can get healthcare. but they'd be like, no, I just can't do it without my series. The irony, yeah. The things that they try to justify, like the reason why we don't need it, it's wild. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation. And I'm so tired of people thinking that billionaires are going to help us. Can they point out a time where billionaires have done anything except cut jobs, barely increase wages, drive up prices, drive out local business, etc.? Exactly. Caving for billionaires is fucking weird. W's in the chat for Amanda. Thank you for the corgi who sent the $3.33 donation saying universal health care is akin to insurance, akin to an insurance policy for everyone, including yourself. Or if that's too logical for MAGA, universal health care is like getting saved as a Christian as an insurance policy for the afterlife, just in case. I got to start using that one. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying Santana, Joel Osteen wouldn't allow people in his church when when it had the floods in the area. The people don't give a damn. They don't. And W's in chat for Amanda for the $2.22 donation. Side note, Santana, how do you feel about the class action lawsuit suit the government? We'd had to have an endless amount of grounds to do so, and it would prove once and for all we're all private citizens standing in the pecking order. I'm with it. Sign me up. Sign me up. W's in the chat for Lavender, who sent a $1 donation saying, stop simping for rich people, and followed up with a $1 donation saying they don't give a F about us. W's in the chat for Amy for the $5 donation saying for roasting these B words. I can't say that. W's in the chat for Candace for the $20 donation saying Santana Chris is being willfully ignorant. I know. W's in the chat for Kristen for the $10 donation saying SE native crazy. I'm from an Escape Sumter. I know Sumter. W's in the chat for holy fuck, Solomon, holy shit, guys. W's in the chat for Solomon for the $75 donation. Holy fuck. Solomon said, I'm an artist and you have inspired me to turn economic data into massive community murals. That is fucking crazy, Solomon. I would love to see that when you do that. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Solomon. Seriously, that is fucking wild. Wow. W's in the, holy shit, that was crazy. W's in the chat. Thank you for the cake. For Jasmine for the $1 donation saying, go to work. My husband worked just to drop all dependents off of their plans due to raising premiums. So now me and my son are without. It isn't a get to work issue. It's not. And it's weird that they think that. W's in chat for Peyton for the $5 donation saying on reparation, as a white person, I feel like it's literally not my place to have a position against it. I can never understand all the harm that this country has caused non-white people and still causes to this day. Peyton, fucking W's in the chat for you. That's all I got. W's in the chat for Peyton. Fucking W's. W's in the chat for Danielle for the $5 and saying just donation. Thank you so much, W's in the chat for Jewel for the $5 super chat. Say, hey, Cupcake. Most of us have worked our entire lives, been doing this on our own since I was 16. Still want other people to have access to healthcare. That's the point. W's in the chat for Just Alpha for the $5 super chat to say selfish people like this guy is why we can't make progress. We must learn from other nations. The Czech Republic is where I'm from, has universal health care. Exactly. And W's in the chat for Jessica for the $2 super chat to say ICE protests in New York now. If anyone is in NYC, let's fucking go. Absolutely, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Chris, can you provide me that source that you have now that says that increasing, this shifting towards universal healthcare will lower the actual standard of healthcare within our country?
I found an article from the Fraser Institute, Canada. Okay. 28 to 30 weeks for referral to a general practitioner, non-emergency.
Fraser
I'm
Institute.
not waiting 28 to
1
30
second here.
weeks.
Fraser Institute. What's the name of the article? Oh, I'm sorry, the study. Guys, you guys hear the drums of liberation?
It's just labeled wait times. Canada.
Okay. And so just to verify before I pull this up, and I want you to be really sure about this. This actual study is talking about the decrease in the overall healthcare, or is this talking about the current wait times of Canada? Because those are two different things. I just need to make sure you.
Well, if there's wait times at all, it's worse than what I have now.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's wait times now. So
not 28 to 30 weeks.
For what?
Anything.
What are we looking at? Because I see one that says Fraser Institute healthcare wait times. I see one that says wait times for healthcare in Canada 2024 report.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. I also want to look at this one as well, though. So give me a second, because I'm interested in this one. Let me just do this really quick. Sorry. All right.
I really appreciate being called selfish when I give an example that I just want to help my local people through the church and not have it under government control. I don't think that's selfish.
Yeah, I hear you. It is selfish.
Am I lying that that's the way the U.S. used to work?
We're sitting here supposed to trust that, Chris, that you're going to tithe the way that you're supposed to tithe, and then not only are you going to tithe the way that you're supposed to tithe, that the church is going to give this actual things to the people that need it, instead of the preacher buying another Bentley, instead of the first lady getting a new Chanel bag, instead of the deacons getting some new gator boots or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm sorry, I can't.
You want
all
to
right,
trust
perfect.
Politicians?
No, I want to check. I want to trust the governmental system where we can present oversight versus the actual church. So,
the community does the oversight.
How?
Because that's who the benefits go to.
Sure. There's no oversight by the community. That's fine. All right. So I'm looking at the study. All right. So what are you saying this study proves as far as lowering the overall quality of healthcare due to implementation of universal healthcare?
The literal 28 to 30 week wait time.
Okay. So let's see. Healthcare wait time hits 30 weeks, longest ever record. Across the board, 30 weeks wait time for between referral from a GP recipient of 27.7%. All right. So question: the 30-week wait time, what is that for?
Any specialist you need to see under a non-emergency.
Okay. So what does that mean?
That means you have to wait to see a specialist for 30 weeks.
For non-emergency, what does that mean? So what does that mean?
Any condition you may have where you need to see a specialist.
What type of conditions do you normally get that is requires a specialist or a referral, and it's also a non-emergency? What kind of procedures are those normally?
And any ailment that's not life-threatening.
No. What in typical, what type of what category does that fall under?
I'm not sure.
Don't worry, I got you.
It's not life-threatening.
Don't worry, I got you. Most of the time, those type of procedures fall under the category of elective surgeries, right? So you can, let's say, want to get great example, a gastric bypass surgery. Do you know what that is?
Yes, but why do we need to wait 30 weeks? Your heart bypass.
No. Gastric bypass surgery is a weight loss surgery.
Your stomach bypass.
Yeah, exactly. So that is an elective surgery. Now, there are justifications that you can get where those are no longer elective, but mandatory, and that exceeds the need to make it elective. But this is speaking to the overall elective process that requires specialists within their healthcare system. So as far as being able to speak to, let's say, like addressing healthcare, because this doesn't speak to reducing the quality of healthcare in Canada, you're just saying that if you want some type of elective surgery for a specialist, then you have to wait longer, which I've never denied that. Like, Canadians come to the US to get these elective surgeries all the time because it's quicker to get it in the US versus waiting in Canada. Can you tell me now, right, how does it work within the US when it comes to getting elective surgeries? Does your insurance guarantee you coverage for elective surgeries within the US?
If you pay for it.
No. Even most private providers have a threshold as far as being able to engage in elective surgeries. And when it comes to those elective surgeries, the wait times will vary, but not all of them will cover it. So if you have like some type of Cadillac insurance that is willing to pay without justification, sure. But most standard job insurances that people pay into not only make you get like, what is it called? Prior authorization for elective surgeries, but they make you jump through so many different loops in order to be able to get to elective surgery. Also, I just want to call this out. The Nordic countries plus the US population is over 100 million. So that's just a fact. And people have to wait 6 to 9 months for cancer screening, with charts showing results indicating cancers. The US ranks #2 in wait times globally. So even when talking about the United States and how we do things when it comes to like screening for things as important as cancer and overall wait times, like we suck. So, I mean, again, your premise is just completely off base.
Are you denying what I said earlier about how it used to be with the local churches? You're denying that?
Also, we're moving off of the point that you tried to make, that giving access to universal health care would decrease the standard of health care.
Well, to me, a longer wait time is a decrease in standard. But
yeah, okay. But that this doesn't prove that this decrease. You know, there's tangible ways that you can measure the standard of health care, but yet you went to go find something that talks about wait times, which, like, I hear you. You're saying that in your mind, wait time equates to the direct standard of healthcare, but like literally there's ways that you can rank the standard of healthcare within different countries. So are you saying that you're moving off of that and now we're going to go talk about churches and what they would do? Because I'm good with that, but I just need you to fold on it for me so we can move off of it.
Yeah, okay, if you don't accept that as a decrease in standard, then let's move on.
Well, no, it's not that we moved on. I'm saying that you didn't prove that this is something that is a decrease in the quality of healthcare. You didn't say, you said the quality of healthcare will decrease by instituting universal healthcare. What you gave me did not prove that. So can you admit that what you gave me does not prove that, and you won't say that anymore? Or do you want to provide me something that actually proves that implementing universal healthcare decreases the quality of healthcare for the society that is implemented in?
Okay, I'll concede. We can move on.
Mm-hmm. All right, perfect. Couple of quick thank yous, if you don't mind then. Debbie's in chat for CD, who sent a $4 donation saying, reallocate the average $700 taxes and corporate subsidies to universal health care. We wouldn't even have to raise taxes. CD, that's what I've been saying. There's so many other ways that we can pay for this instead of us just paying right out of our pocket. But like, they want to bring it down to like, oh, I don't want to pay for it. Fine, let's talk about it. But like, you're 100% right. There's so many other ways. Debbie's in the chat for Chris for the $2 donation. And the United States, the USA ICE is the equivalent to ISIS. Based. Debbie's in the chat for you. Debbie's in the chat for Katrina for the $5 donation, saying, I wanted to thank you for being such a common presence and being the voice of the truth in the scary times. Katrina, thank you so much for that $5 donation. And honestly, thank you for your kind words. I think you guys give me way too much credit for what I do. If I'm going to be really honest about it for a second, I think that the only thing that I'm trying to do is make sure that I amplify the right voices and push back on the wrong narratives. Anything outside of that is just praise that I don't deserve. If I'm going to be 100% honest, it's just me trying to do my part. Yeah. So thank you. Seriously, thank you for that. Debbie's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying, here's the drums of liberation. Joy Boy has returned. That's what I'm talking about. Debbie's in the chat for Ann for the $5 donation, said, I had to wait over 4 months for my son to see a pediatric specialist for a consultation. And I have good insurance and I live in a medium large size city where we're not hurting for doctors. Exactly. Like, it's fucking wild. Debbie's in the chat for Jody for the $2 Aussies to say tithing typically pays the church expenses like rent, utilities, and leftover is usually invested back into the church for tax purposes. Tithing is typically 10% of your income he'd rather pay more to the church than support universal health care. That question, a fun fact, and we're going to get into this in just a moment, but tithing isn't what most Christians think it is. I'm going to break this down like a 12 gauge, but we'll get into it. W's in the chat for Danielle for the $5 donation saying, I watched my ex-husband work 3 out of 4 weeks at 40 hours. And when it came to the 4th week, they bumped him under 32 to avoid having to offer him health care. What are you recommending to do in that scenario, caller? Exactly. They find loopholes to make sure they don't have to pay out health care. W's in the chat for Angie for the $5 donation saying, Pennsylvania here. I'm waiting 18 months to see a specialist, and 12 hours in the ER isn't uncommon here because people don't have health care. They go to a PCP. I don't know what that is. Dude is out of touch, everything besides his little world. Dang it. W's in the chat for Hayes for the $1 donation saying, I can't donate much. Thank you, Hayes, for the $1, seriously. And I'm sure you have your own resources, but I found this site that breaks down healthcare costs. Oh, primary care provider. Got it. Thank you, Kay. Breaks down healthcare costs for the world and several different categories and charts. Yeah, commented on the donation. I would love to see that. W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $10 donation saying, the churches don't help people. They definitely don't help people that's not in their church. They look down on anyone that is not white bread, U.S. American. What about trans care? Any LGBTQ plus? Or what about Muslims? What about even new abortions? We're already waiting months for specialists. I have a story to help with some people. Exactly. Like that's what we're talking about. W's in the chat for Nikki for the $2 donation saying we should start taxing mega churches. We should. And W's in chat for Roxy for the $1 donation saying this is for your big head. Whatever, Roxy. W's in the chat, Roxy. There's some super chats that I have to read, but I want to make sure we don't get too far away from this. And so I'll go ahead and pick up on the debate, but I'll come back and I definitely want to thank the people on YouTube soon. But if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're from YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 2,000 people hanging out here, guys. Look up at the top. You see that word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. This is the main account. We're driving to 80,000 followers on the main account. Make sure you hit that follow button, follow backup account, send your daily heart, me, all the wonderful things. All right, Chris, you said church. Church is what's actually, we should be investing our tithings into the church and letting the church take care of people. Is that accurate?
Well, I asked you to deny, is that how America used to run?
I'm sorry?
I asked you to deny, is that how America used to run?
Oh,
as far as social programs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that as far as there used to be a heavy premise as far as like social programs being, I'm sorry, not social programs, but the church supposedly taking care of people. But the issue is that churches are now all about profit, right? They don't care about people. And the premise that we're going to put the money in the pockets of the church and expect them to do anything that is beneficial for the people is a little bit, not a little bit, a lot of bit asinine, just due to the history of where we are today, right? Mega churches quite often take advantage of the people that attend their churches, and you can see that from like them buying jets to, you know, expensive expensive lifestyles and all this other stuff. So like thinking that we're just gonna give tithings and then they're gonna allocate sources that or resources that's gonna be beneficial, that's not true.
Yeah, but I'm not referring to those mega churches. I'm referring to the ones every 5 miles, the little Baptist churches that provide for their community.
Wait, you mean the churches that have had like the same building fund for the last 25 years and still haven't added another steeple or another pew or, you know, any more stained glass, the ones that actually don't have?
Yeah, because people quit attending. They have no money.
Okay, so if people aren't attending and they don't have money, then how can you expect them to take care of the people?
What's MAGA stand for?
What the fuck does MAGA have to do with these churches?
Just what does MAGA stand for?
I don't know. What does MAGA stand for?
Make America great again. Let's get people back in the churches.
What does making America great have to do with getting people back into churches?
People getting back into churches will make America great again. We don't have to depend on a government.
What about the people that are not religious?
Well, they can find their own community programs.
So you're saying the only people that should have access to social safety nets is people that believe in your God?
Or their own God. I'm not,
Or their own
I
God.
don't think.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
You are? Okay.
You think we don't help people outside the church?
Did Jesus teach you to only help people that believe in his Father? Or was Jesus teaching like to help everyone?
Help everyone.
Okay. So if Jesus believed in helping everyone, then why, Chris, would you say only help people that attend your church or that have some type of religion?
I would say, I said in their own community.
But still, like, isn't that going against the teachings of Christ, right? I mean, like, literally what you're saying is going against the teachings of Christ.
No, in our community, we don't just help people that are in our church.
But again, I just said, what about
we
those
help people in our community?
Sure. Again, those people in your community that aren't members of your church or don't believe in like Christianity or whatever, you're saying that they need to find their own community. You just said that.
Yes, and that's how America used to work. That's why there's so many churches.
So you don't care about those people that are in your community that don't go to your church?
Well, if they're in our community and they ask for help, we help them.
Yeah, but that's not what you just said.
But 10 miles down the road, there's another church.
You just said this, Chris. Like, this was your words. You said that I said, what about the people that aren't religious, that don't believe in your God? You said they need to find their own communities. But even if they live in your communities, like your premise was you're supposed to help the people in your community, but now you're saying you won't help the people in your communities because they don't go to your church. It keeps running against each other. That doesn't make sense, Chris.
Well, what I meant to say is I want to help people in your own communities. And I believe that's how it used to work. And then that's why there's numerous churches every 5 miles everywhere.
What does the numerous churches every 5 miles have to do with the fact that we literally pay tax dollars, right? Not everyone tithes. As a matter of fact, question for you. Chris, how much do you tithe?
Depending on the week, how much I have.
So your tithing is dictated on how much you got in your pocket at that moment. So you don't follow the actual tithing of 10%.
Well, what I do is I'll pay a large portion at the end of the year instead of every week.
Okay. Yeah. So does you paying that large portion at the end of the year, does that equal to paying out 10% every week? Or are you just guessing?
Probably close. Probably pretty close.
So you're guessing?
Yeah, I'm guessing, but
okay, cool. Chris, when you tithe, you said 10%, right?
The Bible says 10%.
Sure, sure, kinda. That's where I'm going. Chris, when you give 10%, right? You're giving 10% of what?
Your income.
Okay, that's what I thought, Chris. See, here's the problem with that, right? In the Bible book, right? When the Bible book talked about giving 10%, this is why you're not even supposed to give 10%, Chris. So the premise as far as 10% is flawed. They literally don't say give 10% anymore, and this is why. In the Bible book, when the people used to tithe and they would give 10%, was it just their income, Chris? Do you know?
It was 10% of their food, everything.
10% of everything. Everything, yeah. Chris. So not just the gold or silver that they had, it was the cattle that they had. It was 10% of everything that they had.
Absolutely.
So, Chris, your premise as far as you tithing is flawed, right? Because one, you're not even giving your 10% of your income, but two, if you really wanted to uphold the premise of the church and helping and giving, you need to give 10% of everything. And so not just your income, but everything that you have, including your time, Chris, including your time. So are you willing to give up 10% of everything that you own and have in order to fulfill the social programs that are needed within our society?
In my community.
Are you willing to do that?
If everyone would do it, yes.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
That goes back to my main point. It's the community and the church. That 10% of everybody is shared amongst people.
Sorry. I've been sitting on that cheese cracker for the longest, so I had to go ahead and get that. Anyway, yeah, you're lying, Chris. You're lying. You wouldn't do that.
I'm lying for what?
You wouldn't do that. Not only would you not do that, like your whole premise is flawed, because it makes no sense. Like literally, we don't have to put ourselves in that position, but you are so locked in the mold of sitting here saying like, oh, we need to go the routes of the churches instead of actually using tax money to pay for healthcare. You'd rather do that because you know for a fact for a fact that you don't have to actually do that. You know for a fact that you don't actually have to do that. So it's easier for you to say it than being willing to step up and allocate our actual resources to doing that. Also, your morality does not cover for every single person. So just because you're willing to do that does not mean that every single person is willing to do that. And if every single person is not willing to do that, then that defeats the purpose. That literally defeats the purpose, Chris.
Well, I mean, we're tied by nothing. The only because some government says we have to do it. You want to do that?
How does the government currently get the taxes that they use to pay for like military funding?
How do they get the taxes?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? They take them from your check.
Okay, cool. So if they're taking the taxes from the check to allocate them for the military budget, well, why can't they just take them from people's checks to allocate it for healthcare?
They shouldn't, and they shouldn't do it for the military either.
But they do, Chris.
It's under the threat of prison.
But they do. That's the point. That's the point. You keep talking about we should or shouldn't, but it happens. It happens. That's what I'm talking about, Chris. You can say that this should or should not happen, but it happens. We're dealing with reality, not what we think should or should not happen.
Yeah, but I want to go back to what it was, and that's what MAGA means.
That's literally not what MAGA means.
Make America great again.
That's fine, Chris. When was America actually great for everyone?
For everyone?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. It was pretty good during the 90s, I believe.
So it was great for everyone in the 90s.
I think compared to today, I mean, I can only talk since I've been alive, right?
So what was great about America in the 90s for women who were constantly going through sexual harassment in the workforce, still dealing with a wider gender wage gap for people who had less rights and access? Can you tell me again, everyone in America, right? What was everyone in America life better in the 90s? Because
so you're saying their life wasn't good because there was a wage gap between men and women?
What I'm saying is that the premise that you're going to make America great again would rely on America ever being great for everyone. And there's never been a point within our country history where America has been great for everyone. So you can't make America great again unless you're specifically saying make America great again for white men, right? Like if you're saying that, then sure, but it's not for everyone unless you want to actually, it's not for everyone because there's never been a point that it's been great for everyone. Now, if you want to make America great, sure, but not again because it's never been great for everyone.
Well, and what I'm talking about, I think that would be a better option than going to government control. For everyone.
So for anyone wondering, Chris's winning idea is instead of giving everyone access to universal health care, we will now be tithing 10% and giving it to our local churches, and then hoping our local churches give us access to health care and other things that we need. That's chat, 2.2 thousand of us hanging out on TikTok, over 600 over on YouTube, almost 3,000 people total. Just an FYI, that's what we're doing in 2028. We're no longer using tax dollars with the possibility of providing healthcare. We are now going to be tithing 10% to the local church that's 5 miles away and waiting for them to give us healthcare. Just so everyone knows, this is the architect, Chris, has laid out this new direction, and I need everyone to be prepared.
Do you know what group healthcare insurance is?
Say that again.
Do you know what group healthcare insurance is? Group healthcare?
No, what is group healthcare?
It's like your job. When employers go to get health insurance, they get a discount for the amount of people they have on their plan.
Okay.
That's what makes it cheaper. So why can't churches that? Did you know that there's already a Christian healthcare?
What churches offer healthcare?
If every member
do you have to be saved to gain access to Christian healthcare? Hey, I thought Christian healthcare was just Jesus, right?
No, there's an actual Christian healthcare plan.
Can we get a Christian healthcare package that that includes resurrection, like so we can bring people back, like Lazarus? How much do we have to pay until we reach our deductible on miracles? How many miracles do we get for each plan year?
Listen to me. There's an actual existing program amongst American churches that acts as a health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you pay, and the group covers your costs of medical care. Mm-hmm. What's wrong with that?
I'm just trying to wonder, like, which plan that I have to pick. So, can I get the Lazarus package? Because I'm trying to see my grandma again. Not gonna hold you. I just need to talk to my grandma.
Wouldn't that be nice? That would be real nice.
Sure. So, how much do I have to pay to get that one?
Well, that doesn't exist.
Okay. What about the package that provides, like, I can turn a fish sandwich into like a fish fry that feeds 5,000 people? How much I got to pay for that one?
But what we can do is take money from everyone in the church and get on the Christian healthcare plan, and where we pay a small premium.
Wait, why are we forcing people to pay their church money to healthcare?
Why are we forcing people to pay government? We are free people. Why do you want to rely on the government?
The reason is because not everyone believes in religion, but everyone has to abide by the fucking federal government. That's the difference. You don't have to believe in the federal government. You just have to actually fall within the law of the federal government. That's the point. That's the point.
You want to make it bigger. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, that's what she said. Give me a second. Debbie's in the chat for Egotistic, who sent a $2 super chat to say, what if you're not a member of the church? No care? That's exactly what I was saying. Literally, that's exactly what I was saying. Debbie's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $10 super chat to say, Richard Nixon, a GOP president, legalized insurance companies to make a profit. Exactly how well has that worked for us? The military budget stole from unhoused veterans and veterans in general. Exactly. And Debbie's in the chat for Jewel for the $2 super chat to say, no one is saying we can't do it better. Exactly. We can absolutely do it better. That's the point. Debbie's in the chat for Saint for the $2 super chat to say, caller, you're absolutely selfish. Debbie's in the chat for Miss Babes, who sent a $5 super chat to say, you wait months to see a specialist for urgent needs in the U.S. BS argument. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Miss Babes. Debbie's in the chat for Rachel for the $5 super chat to say, I have to wait 2 years for a rheumatologist. I don't know what that is. And 5 years for autism assessment in Illinois. That is fucking insane. W's in the chat as well for Brain Rainey and also Raybo, who both became late night tubers over on the YouTubes. W's in the chat for Jewel for the $5 super chat to say, does church get to decide how treatment works then? Ooh, does that mean the church can make a decision on abortion? JW, don't permit blood transfusion. Oh yeah, that's right. Certain religions don't even do that. You're fucking Jehovah's Witnesses don't do blood transfusion. You're fucking right. Holy shit, I forgot about that one. W's in the chat for Teresa for the $5 Aussie said, love watching from Australia. Anyone who doesn't want universal health care is a fool. It's life-changing. We wouldn't survive here without it. Exactly. But they don't get it. We've been propagandized.
We're surviving here without it.
No, we're literally not. People are literally dying every single day because they don't have access to healthcare, but you don't care because you haven't died yet. W's in the chat for Savannah for the $5 donation. Oh yeah, PCW, primary care provider. I work in Portland, Oregon at the hospital and can't even get my own PCP appointment within 6 months. That is fucking wild. W's in the chat for CD for the $3 donation saying my school district paid for me to be in the residential treatment because my healthcare dropped me and refused to listen to my family or my doctors. Exactly. W's in the chat for Haley for the $2 donation. Blue cities fund red towns. Big facts. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation saying realistically, these small community churches can't financially sustain the level of need. A church in a poor community is dependent on the income of poor people and can't afford to provide these services. Make that make sense. Exactly. But with universal health care, you're not counting on those poor communities. You're counting on the entire whole of the society. That's how you do it. W's in the chat for Kenzie for the $10 donation saying, it's always the fake Christians so full of hate. Whatever happened to the love thy neighbor. Pretty sure that verse doesn't end with, but only if they're Christians. This is what turns people away from religion. Again, that's people using their religion as a sword and not a shield. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying 10% to the Church of Oregon or internal damnation. Sounds like a threat of violence to me. Oh, and treat just your town and yourself. Everybody else, suck it. Sucks the sucks. Jesus Christ. Absolutely. W's in chat. Thank you for the 1. W's in chat for Stephanie for the 5. What Chris is saying is the only people who worship it the same as him and live in his neighborhood deserve health care. That's what he has been saying. That's what he's saying. W's in chat for Abby for the $1 donation. Hi, this is a healthcare underwriter that hates her job, just re-offering to come up and school these fools. Yep, maybe I'll keep you in mind. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Patricia for the $1 donation. Saying every time I ask the church for help, they send prayers. Always thoughts and prayers. W's in the chat for a cachet. I think that's how you pronounce it. Says search David Corleville and tell people about him. I'll look that up. W's in the chat for Raybo for the $5 donation saying, so Chris wants communism. Chris, do you want communism?
Communism, no.
Chris, you know Jesus was a communist?
No.
Jesus was a commie. You didn't know that?
No, Jesus wasn't a communist.
Jesus was absolutely a communist. Hey, do you think Jesus would vote for Republicans?
No idea.
Woody, if Jesus showed up here today and Jesus saw ICE shooting people in the face, Donald Trump trying to take Greenland, Stephen Miller looking to kick people out of the country, the Republican Party trying to take away healthcare and access to food, what would Jesus do?
Assuming those things are true, he would not like that, but
yeah, but what would Jesus do? WWJD. See, I like to think that Jesus would show up and Jesus would have like powers like Superman, right? And so Jesus would automatically start wrecking shit, right? He would probably fly to the White House and fuck Trump up and then, you know, spin around the world and like do all kind of shit. I laser some people. Like matter of fact, I want my Jesus to have Superman powers. Not gonna hold you. W's in the chat for Mariah for the $5 donation said, didn't realize Jesus cared about distance more than compassion. You're absolutely right. That's why Jesus did not travel the land searching out people to help. W's in the chat for Patricia for the $3 donation saying, your labor and patience with MAGA. Thank you so much for the $3 donation. W's in the chat for Irene for the $5 donation saying, love the live today. Can you ask the caller if churches or government social programs got us out of the Great Depression? Hey, did churches or government social programs get us out of the Great Depression?
No. What got us out of the Great Depression? War?
No, she said which one? Was it government or churches? The social programs, government social programs or churches social programs? Which one?
Well, war did, but it would be the government on that effect.
Okay, yeah, they raised taxes on the ultra wealthy. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $2 donation says claims need evidence, otherwise risk spreading error, including my own. Exactly. That's why we demand that actual information. W's in the chat for Alexia. Hey Alexia, send a $2 donation saying this is our tax dollars. We can demand healthcare. That's the point that I've been trying to get across. W's in the chat for all the donation guys. There's still some more that I got to read off and some super chats as well, but I don't want to get too far away from the debate. But if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We are building to 80,000 followers. We are on the road to 80,000 followers. So make sure you hit that follow button. Follow here. Follow backup account as well. Follow both of them. All right. Chris, help me land this plane, right? Healthcare in our country, it impacts so many different aspects of our life. It literally is the gateway to multiple forms of progression within our society, within our country. If everyone doesn't have an alignment on churches, right, and everyone doesn't have the same level of access when it comes to churches, why not standardize it and have, instead of counting on the goodness of people, the kindness of people to come from their hearts and out of their pockets, why not just increase the taxes on people like yourself by $44 a week? And then with actually increasing the taxes by $44 a week, we give everyone access to universal health care.
I still say I want to do it within community.
But what about other people that don't want to do it within community, Chris?
Well, why do those people want to be under government control? Why do they want the government to tell them what doctor they can see and when they can see them?
The government isn't telling you what doctor you can see. The only thing the government
there's no one controlling universal health care.
The only thing the government would be doing would be providing the system structure and also the options to be able to see the actual doctors. Now, as far as like the doctors, you would say, I'm sorry?
And they would be regulating it, yes. The government would be regulating.
The government regulates multiple aspects of our lives already.
And we don't want it with our health care. That's my point.
Why?
Because we can do it ourselves.
How great do you think the healthcare system is currently within the United States of America?
I think it depends on what you pay for.
No,
just like anything else in America.
The entire healthcare system within the United States of America, how great do you think that is?
I think it's the best for a lot of people and shitty for a lot of people at the same time.
Why shouldn't it be at least good for everyone?
It can be. It just doesn't have to be by the government.
Well, you're sitting here saying that it should be by the churches. Like, that doesn't even make sense, Chris. Like, your whole premise is, well, if we can make healthcare great by letting the church provide for people, that doesn't even make sense, Chris. Like, what are we doing?
What's wrong with the collective plan then that's not under government control?
What's the collective plan that's not under government control? Give me another option that's not based on your religion, Chris.
Christian ministries.
Give me, Chris, give me a plan. Chris, give me a plan that's not based off of your religion, because Chris, when you talk about your religion, not everyone believes in your religion. And you're trying to say that we need to depend on churches and all this other stuff. Literally, we don't elect churches. We don't. We elect government officials to run the country. So if you're saying that we should not trust the government officials that run the country, cool. Give us something that's not based off of your faith.
But what I'm saying is you don't have to be a Christian to join this. You don't have to go to a certain church. Anyone can join it. It's just not under government control.
W's in the chat for Aaliyah for the $1 donation. I've worked for the ACA for over 10 years, healthcare sharing ministry plans, faith-based organizations where members pool funds and share medical expenses as a community as an alternative to traditional health, but are not considered in and do not offer the same consumer protections. Exactly. Like it opens up a weird can of worms, and it goes like all over the place. W's in the chat for Lavender for the $1 donation, saying he's thinking about Obamacare. He has to be. He has to be thinking about the ACA. Like, I don't even know what we're doing. W's in the chat for Jewel for the $5 super chat to say, if you need to start a GoFundMe so you don't die because your insurance won't cover your treatment, it isn't working. Exactly, which is a very common thing within our society. W's in the chat for Barbara. Holy shit, for the $40 super chat, Barbara, you are so fucking awesome. Barbara sent a $40 super chat. This guy's a million W's in the chat for Barbara, said medical cost sharing is what he wants. Google it. Not insurance, no ACA protections, member risk, non-payments if the plans fail, no protections. It's a scam. Enter at your own risk. Exactly. Actually, what Chris really just wanted was to be able to go around and lay hands on people, and that's it. Like, literally, we sprinkle a little bit of holy water, and that's what, clears up your gout. We're going to sprinkle some holy water on your gout. W's in the chat for Miss Bella for the $5 super chat to say Jesus literally flipped tables in the churches who took money from people because it was blasphemy. Yes, literally, people forgot that Jesus used to get active, flipping tables, and also with whips and all kind of shit. Like, I don't know what we're doing. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're making the decision. This is the platform that we will, thank you for the crown, we will dictate to the left. Anyone that wants to represent the left wing of the political party in 2028, you have to do this. This is not no ifs, ands, nor buts. There are no questions. This is the way that it will be, and they will acquiesce because we deserve all of these things. User, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with the point on the background?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. So the reason I jumped in is just because I did have a health share. I completely support you, Santana, but I just wanted to give information on someone who actually was in a health share.
Okay. So, well, listen, I appreciate you so much. I really do, but we are just looking for some debates, but I appreciate you coming up. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Guys, again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. Lock them up, RNC. Go after each and every one of those members of the government, not just the Republicans, but the members of the government that are defaming, defrauding, and harming American citizens by using their power to do so. Universal health care, plain and simple. We deserve it. Codify Roe versus Wade. I am over the bullshit with playing with women's health care. They deserve guaranteed health care, and we will make sure they have it. Free college, because it used to be free, but I'm not going to tell you why it's not free now. And last but not least, non-white reparations. This country has a history of actively harming people, and we need to actually make these people whole. And I'm not just talking about Black people. I know people look and say, oh, a Black person talking about Black. Yes, I am a Black man and I do Black shit, and it's a blacky ass live, but I'm not just talking about Black people when I talk about reparations. I mean all non-white people. We'll get into it. But if you disagree with any of the points on the background, or you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see here. American Advocate, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Well, I mean, I support Ron Paul. I disagree with free college.
Oh, okay, perfect. You sound kind of like low in a way. Is there any way you could step a little bit closer?
Yeah, I could step a little bit closer.
Can you say something again?
Yo, can you hear me?
A little bit. We can make it work. All right. You said you disagree with free college. Can you tell me why?
Well, I think, free college just, expands, government control over, American citizens. It's, a big reason why.
You still sound kind of low. Like I'm having a little bit of a hard time completely making out what you say. I heard you say something about expanding government control, blah, blah, blah. I mean, again, is there any way that you, like, are you on a Bluetooth?
No, it's my mic. I got a new mic recently.
Okay. All right. One more time. Give it to me.
Yeah. So like, I just think like for free college, it expands, government control. People are supposed to take risks on, college. And like, if you just like let the government, oversee it, it's going to lead to more problems.
Okay. How so?
Well, because, I think, giving free college to everybody, just, makes people more dependent on the government when, it should be, an individual choice.
How, I'm confused as far as how giving access to free college makes people dependent on the government.
Well, I mean, I would say because I think like, you need to have like a different source to get, free college. Like, I don't like disagree with the concept, but you shouldn't be from the government.
Okay. How about this? Say, hey, Santana, what do you mean by free college? Because maybe I don't understand your perspective, or maybe you have a different perspective of anyone that has proposed this. So can you explain to me what you mean by free college so I can properly shape my disagreement to your premise? Can you say that?
Well, like, yeah, what can you review?
Sure. So my premise about free college is surrounding a free public option. It's not saying that every single, excuse me, not every single college or university or institution has to be free, but the American public should have access to an actual option where if they are able to obtain access to college, that they can go to college without the financial barrier. We already pay into public funding for state-run colleges. And so this would just be opening up those colleges to be able to get access to those colleges for free. You can still go to other colleges. You don't have to necessarily take that free public option, but it's just removing the barrier so people can obtain education, so they can shift towards improving their social economic status through higher learning and a graduate degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, what I would say is that, there's just too much government intervention in like free college is like a big problem.
You're not explaining how government intervention would occur with free college. Like the only thing that they're doing is removing the financial burden.
Well, the thing is, it also like, lessens, it makes the standard much lower because, people who are less, needy, it makes it colleges like, standard is very low for these colleges. Like people from
how does it reduce it? We're not changing the academic standard. The only thing that we're doing is saying that if you're an American citizen, you have a public option for the state that you were born in or you reside in, and so you can actually attend college in this public option of a college. So we're not talking about changing the academic parameters. We're not talking about changing anything. We're just removing the financial burden and saying that if you live in this state, and you qualify for college and you get accepted to this public option college, you can go here for free, or you can go anywhere else and pay for it yourself. So how does it lower the standard?
Well, and by the way, you look at it, anything free, it's just a fantasy. I mean, what are you gonna have? Free buses, free food. I mean, the Santana guy in New York City keeps advocating for free everything, but you're not gonna have everything for free. And free
Yeah,
college.
when I say free, of course, I mean like paid through with our taxes, because again, just kind of like I've been talking about with healthcare, our taxes are already allocated for multiple things within the United States. So we can look at it with paying for with a couple of different ways. We can reallocate current budgets and use the costs, the savings from those current budgets that we have. We can close loopholes on millionaires and billionaires, and that can help cover the costs. We can even increase the corporate tax rate and have these corporations pay for the cost of college, or we can increase the taxes that we currently pay slightly to give access to free college. So there's multiple ways to get it done. And also, question for you, American Advocate, did you know that free college, free to almost no cost college used to absolutely be a thing here within the United States?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah. You want to guess around what time frame that it stopped being a thing here in the US?
Yeah, probably like the 1980s.
No. Before that. It was after the Civil Rights Act, right? After the Civil Rights Act passed, around the time of the Reagan administration, they actually shifted from free college because of the fact that Black people started to obtain higher education at a clip, since they now had access. And so since they had access to get college degrees and Black people were taking advantage of it, they was like, fucking racism, nobody gets free. So literally racism screwed everyone, as it often does throughout our country.
Well, yeah, but what I'm also saying is, like, we shouldn't like make people who don't go to college, pay for other people's, other people to go for college or student loans. It's just kind of like, theft if you think about it in the grand schemes of things, because taxpayers shouldn't be paying for people to go to college when it's their money, and that's it. Really reach.
Should taxpayers be paying for babies to get shot?
Well, look, I don't think we should be funding Israel or really anything for it.
Should tax money be paying for American citizens to get shot?
Well, no, I don't. I oppose Israel. I oppose,
No, not Israel. I'm talking about Americans, United States citizens in America.
Well, yeah, I oppose funding ICE too.
So what about getting shot like in their home because they are in crisis and they are near a pot of boiling water and saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus?
Well, like, where has that happened exactly?
In the United States.
Well, I think that's more like
the actual police did that. So are we going to defund the police as well?
Well, we shouldn't defund the police, but we shouldn't, like.
No. So again, the question is, do you want your tax money going towards police killing United States citizens that aren't actively, trying to kill them?
Well, ultimately speaking, there's some bad police officers out there.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them. This happens a lot.
Well, then, we need to have police.
The point that I'm trying to get to, American Advocate, is like the premise that you don't want your tax dollars going to here or there, or people don't want their tax dollars going to here or there. It's such a fucking cop out. It's such a cop out. Because people love screaming, I don't want my tax dollars going to this. Don't want my tax dollars going to that, all alone, not having any clue where their actual tax dollars go, right? Most people have no idea how their tax dollars are spent. They just know that they don't want their tax dollars spent on poor people. They don't know how it's actually spent because they don't care about their tax dollars going to millionaires and billionaires. They have no fucking clue that their tax money is the reason why Elon Musk is on track to be the first ever trillionaire. They think that fucking Elon Musk just grabbed the largest pair of boots with the largest straps in the history of the world and pulled on them bitches until he almost has $1 trillion. They have no clue that their tax dollars have literally propped Elon Musk and his businesses up to the point where he has all the fucking Elon Musk has won capitalism. Like fucking what? Elon Musk is the fucking final boss of capitalism, and it's because of people's tax dollars, but they have no fucking clue. Have no fucking clue. The point is, I don't care if people want their tax dollars going to things that are going to be overwhelmingly beneficial to our society. We need to force them to do so, right? Because giving a free public option will not only allow the influx of additional people into the workforce towards areas that we need it, we can quote unquote make America first or put America first, right? I mean, like if we can actually have people shift towards math, science, STEM, engineering, those things, we can stop trying to import workforce by using H-1B1 visas. Like this is the thing that people say that they want. They want Americans to be able to actually have American jobs. Well, hell, if you want Americans to be able to have American jobs, then you need to educate Americans. The reason why Americans can't get these jobs is because they're not educated. And the reason that they're not educated is a lot of times because they can't fucking afford it. So let's move that affordability piece away and allow these people to get these jobs, right?
Well, I agree. We should, I don't want our taxes going to like, billionaires like Musk and everything, but I also don't want the government to, have more control over our lives, and regulate, our everyday lives. It's very dangerous for, civil liberties, and our freedom. You don't want the government involved in everything you do. You don't want a communist state.
They're already there. You keep parroting the same point over and over, but like, again, we're already there. We're literally already there. And so you're telling me that you don't want these things, but we already have these things. And I'm not even necessarily advocating for adding new things. I think that we should cut the military budget. Like that's where I think we could pay for a ton of this shit. But you have people like Donald Trump who is advocating to expand the military budget to 1.5 trillion. And instead of expanding the military budget to 1.5 trillion, I said we cut that bitch. Excuse my word, sorry. We cut the military budget and we give people things that are going to make their lives better instead of shooting babies in the face.
Well, look, I oppose, for funding other countries' wars and stuff. Okay, but I just don't think we should be increasing, government control over our everyday life. It's a very dangerous thing, and the founders would not want that.
What's your solution?
Well, my solution is just to, let people take their risks and, give them a choice. We were founded on people taking their own choices, because, people should be free to take their own risks. And, that's what America's founded on.
So your premise is not reallocating our current taxes to benefit all Americans. Your premise is to allow that to continue to stand as is, but then just tell people to figure it out.
Well, ultimately, I think that would be better because, the government, if the government intervened in something, they'll find something to intervene. They'll find something else to intervene in. That's what the government does. They always want to, intervene somehow in people's lives, and that's just how it is.
You said you support who?
Yeah, I'm a big Ron Paul supporter.
Yeah, I get it. It's fucking stupid. That's not even like, oh, I think we should do this or this. You're just literally saying, like, keep shit the way it is, but let people fuck up even more. You didn't even say, you know what? I at least agree that we should cut taxes. You're just like, yeah, fuck them taxes, but let shit be what. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. I don't know what we're doing. W's in the chat for Alicia for the $2 donation, saying thank you for all that you do, and tell this silly dude the church would regulate who and can, as well as who they did not. Yeah, sorry, that was from earlier, but yeah, if we gave them that then they would absolutely regulate who can do what, which would be way worse. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 donation saying, man, I got a lot of really, yeah, zero receipts. That's what they do, Benjamin. Literally zero receipts. W's in the chat for Akeisha, I think it's pronounced. Let me look this up right now. Who is David? Sorry, I'll look it up now. You sent that earlier, and I'll look up this person now. W's in the chat for Akeisha for the $2 donation. W's in the chat for Miss Bella, who sent a $10 super chat and said the Department of Education controls all FA currently causing colleges to set their own tuition rates. Also, Reagan removed free college in 1968. It was free beforehand. That's exactly where I was going. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. Akeisha, I looked up the name that you gave me, and I'm not going to read this out because of this is absolutely a trigger warning. I'm not going to talk about it on live, but I'll follow up with this. That is fucking sick. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Akeisha, thank you so much. I looked it up. That's fucking sick. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Akeisha. If you're someone that supports Donald Trump or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you're not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with the background, we're only looking for some debates. Anonymous, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I support you on the first four that you mentioned, and I've been listening for maybe an hour or so, and the array of guests that you've had so far have been less than stellar, shall we say. But I mean, I've followed you on the other lives and this live, and I support a lot of what you do. But the fifth point that you mentioned is what I wanted to
non-white reparations.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfect.
First of all, can you explain how that would work?
Yeah. The premise of non-white reparation is solely based on the history of the United States of America and how it has disenfranchised multiple groups of non-white people, and it persists as of today, going back to indigenous people who were killed when the colonizers came to Turtle Island, the Black people that built this country through slavery, and even the brown people that are being overwhelmingly negatively affected by ICE and what is happening to this current administration. My premise is that the country needs to make amends and make people whole. And there is a starting point that is the like where we start. We can build on what else we do after this, but the four things that are a must is payouts, like directly cash. The second thing is tax breaks. The third thing is land. And the fourth thing is free education. All four of those things are mandatory, and they are just the starting point for non-white people to receive reparations. I also think that it has to be, in order to receive reparations, you have to be at least second generation in this country, meaning you can't be someone that just got to the country and then demanding access to reparations. But I don't care about you being here for like generations and generations and generations.
So there has to be a historical component to it, you're saying?
Yes, at least second generation.
Okay. And that's kind of an arbitrary line. I think we both agree, but
yeah, and the reason why is because, I mean, I think that, you know, people showing up, and while like the persistence of like the factors that disenfranchise me, disenfranchise, you know, Black people that just got here, but you know, you want to somehow disincentivize people just showing up in order to get it. So
okay, just to avoid anybody out there who would claim that you're self-interested in this, how far back does your lineage go in America?
Oh, longer than I know.
Okay. Okay. So you certainly don't have an accent, so you don't sound like a recently arrived American or anything like that. But
no.
So I guess my premise is that everything you said there is true, and certainly Sherman tried to address that back after the Civil War with the 40 acres and a mule, which was all basically undone. But there was an effort to do that. But one thing I would say, by the way, is that I have a hard time comparing the reparations that were made after the Civil War for slave owners as compared to this, because what you're talking about obviously is sort of a historical reparation for what was done to, in your particular case, let's use you as an example, your ancestors. And that's not entirely what I'm talking about, because obviously racism is systemic and persistent. So, but there certainly is, as you mentioned, there's a historical aspect to this. So it's reparation for what has historically been done to Black people and to other disadvantaged groups. Let's call them
the point that the reason why I bring that up is not necessarily to stress that it's one for one or anything like that, but to highlight the fact that the only time this country has tried to or successfully done anything related to Black people with reparations has been directly in compensating those people that lost their quote unquote Black capital. So that's the only reason I bring that up, is to highlight that the country has attempted to make former slave owners whole, but never actually addressed things for Black people that were affected by slavery and their lineage, or the way that we currently live in society as Black people. So
right. That's why I said I want to distinguish between those two, because the first one, as odious as slavery was, that was at the very least a direct compensation for someone's direct losses. As by the way, I'm a lawyer, so I think through a particular lens that's derived from that profession, obviously. Whereas what you're talking about are offenses against predecessors that non-whites would be receiving reparations for. And from a legal perspective, I'm not sure that there's much of a precedent for people being compensated for things that didn't happen to them particularly. What's your thought on that? I see.
Do you think, specifically talking about Black people, do you think the effects of slavery impact Black people today?
Yes.
Okay. So if the effects of slavery affect Black people today in multiple ways, then why does it matter that it did not directly happen to those Black people if it still has an impact on those Black people alive today?
Well, two things. One is that it certainly would affect the compensation levels, because you wouldn't be receiving compensation for what happened to your predecessors or their predecessors, or on it back. You'd just be receiving reparations for the impacts on you directly, and using you as an example, let's say, because but as a proxy for what is it, the 28 million other Black Americans, and tens of millions of other disadvantaged people too, as you mentioned, indigenous, etc. And by the way, just with respect to the reparations that you talked about, tax breaks and that sort of thing, obviously that's been employed over the years through many many means that the federal government has instituted. So you can certainly argue that reparations are an ongoing thing for the U.S. government. Certainly a lot less right now. But
you can't. Even when you talk about tax breaks, when I talk about tax breaks, I'm not talking about like, oh, you decrease taxes on non-white people by 2%. No, I mean things like for the next 10 years or next
like
20 years,
targeted tax.
Next 10 years, the next 20 years, non-white people don't pay taxes at all. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, no, then we're just talking degrees, but yeah, I'm seeing what you mean, but well, and there's a number of ways that one can affect that, right? I mean, obviously, if you want to do that, that's one thing, but if you want to have tax breaks for Black-owned businesses, for example, that's a form of reparations, is it not?
No.
Why not?
Because I want to target the individual level, not trying to cover up and say, well, this is what we're doing for a group of Black people or whatever. Like you could, by that vein, you can say like, oh, we're giving tax breaks to HBCUs, right? Not every person is impacted by the access that you're giving for tax breaks for those other entities. And so while, yes, you want to help Black businesses and things like that, I want to help on an individual level, not a collective level. We need to address the individual, that does affect impacts. That'll have upstream impact to the collective by addressing the individual.
That does affect black individuals, though. I mean, because if it's a Black-owned business, that means it has to be owned by a Black individual or individuals.
What I'm saying is the Black-owned business. If we give tax breaks for Black-owned businesses, and there's a Black-owned business that's in Atlanta, I live in Washington State, that does nothing for me.
Agreed.
That's what I mean.
Agreed.
And so while yes, it is a positive, it's not something that's going to be impacted on an individual level. Yes, it'll have upstream effects, but I would rather go to the lowest level and address that versus trying to be more high level and hoping that it somehow trickles down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so just to understand what you're saying, then, is that non-white reparations only works for you if it's fully broad, and not if it's targeted. Broad. Like that, it applies to all Black individuals. That's non-white individuals.
Yeah, the only parameters that I have is around the generational premise.
Right. Well, and just to be clear, it's not that I'm against non-white reparations, but I think, and just to be clear too, I'm a Canadian.
Mm-hmm. Wait, do you live in the U.S.?
No. The internet crosses borders.
Does it?
It does, yeah. I shit you not.
Okay. If I would have known that you don't have any actual skin in the game, then I don't think I would have had this conversation. But since we're here, we can wrap this up.
Yeah, I'm only participating for the.
No. I mean, I hear you. Like,
hopefully, this conversation will help your listeners.
Yeah. That's why I say. I mean, we're already here, so I'll continue to engage.
Yeah.
I think I'll fast track this though. Like the premise that having the actual the way that we're going to go about reparations and who would be engaged in it. The biggest thing that I like to make sure that I get across is that the harm that has been caused not only by like what has been done to Indigenous people, the harm that's been done to Black people, the harm that's done to brown people today. All of these things are factors that have continued to present themselves. I gave the example of the pulse oximeter earlier with the Black people and the discrepancies when it comes to being able to just have access to healthcare. But you can talk about redlining. You can talk about multiple things that still presents itself today with non-white people being able to achieve more in society on a individual and collective level. Talk about the wealth gap that currently persists, but all of these things are they all derive from the original sin, which was the colonization of Turtle Island and they've all stacked from that point. And that's why I think it's necessary to try to make people whole instead of just trying to say, well, this is what I think we should give. This is what I think we shouldn't give. I also think that there's a need to lean on non-white people to dictate what those things are. And I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't care what white people have to say as far as what form of reparations are given. I'm willing to debate what form of reparation is given when you talk about the people that would be receiving it. But as far as the people that will not be receiving it, they get no decision as far as what is or is not given as far as reparations.
Well, it would be done through government means, though, right?
Yep.
By the way, just and I know one should never be reading the chat when they're actually up doing the thing, but just as an FYI, I'm a highly educated guy, and I'm well aware of the impact of American slavery, and I don't think I guess, and also to fast track the point, my biggest concern with non-white reparations, Santana, is that I think it's a poison chalice. It's America is a highly racist country, and unfortunately, it will be for at least the foreseeable future. And Trump obviously has brought all that to the front, and I think it's quite clear that
I heard
the fear of post-racial
Facts
society
Still Matter this morning. I don't know if you know who Facts Still Matter is, but Steve, and he had this quote, and I don't know where he got the quote from, but it was a fucking bar. He said, Trump isn't like this because of America. America. No, he said America's not like this because of Trump. Trump is like this because of America.
I saw that. And I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
This country is absolutely
fucked.
I mean, there's multiple aspects when hold on now, you don't get to talk about our country. Like
I sure do.
Like I get to talk shit about my cousins, like, or my family, but you don't get to talk shit about my family. You don't even go here.
I do have a
no, you don't. Like, I might be able to kick these MAGA mothers in the mouth, but I'm not gonna let you kick them in the mouth. Hold on now. Like, no, fuck MAGA. It's definitely fuck them, but I'm not gonna let you like shit on them. This is my job. Anyway, the premise that I was trying to get across, right, is I mean, you said you will, sure, you're just not gonna do it like in front of me. That's how you do. Like I can fight my family, but you can't fight my family. And not saying they're family, but still, like, I'm not gonna let other countries shit on my country. I can shit on my country. You can't shit on my country. Go shit on your own country. I don't talk shit about Canada. Anyway, the premise that I want to get across, and I think this is like the big thing that I want to make sure that I make very that I want to like proudly proclaim when it comes to like the things that I have on the background. And the thing that I want to proudly proclaim is I don't care that people don't want these things that are on the right. I know. I literally, I get it. We have racists in this country who are absolutely going to lean into and push back and fight so many different things. We have people that are for some reason going to think that we don't need universal health care because I got my own health care. I don't give a shit about that. We're going to have people say we don't need free college because I didn't go to college or I paid for my college. I don't give a shit about that. I don't care about people not wanting things that will benefit their lives. You're going to get it regardless. Sorry. You're going to absolutely get it regardless. So that's where I stand. W's in the chat for Kristen for the $5 super chat to say, the same that say it's dangerous for government to run healthcare says ICE officers are justified. Tread on me harder unless it helps others. Exactly. W's in the chat for DK, I think, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, my wife and I love you, Santana. I love you guys. I fucking love you guys. Thank you. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $5 donation saying, thanks for everything that you do. I'm calling from Jersey, Philadelphia, Jersey Deli. I don't know how you say that. And the Philly sheriff call ICE fake wannabe law enforcement. and I'm proud to live in this area. I know that's right. That's the thing. We're not going to hold you like real law enforcement. Like I might not fuck with the cops, but certain cops don't fuck with ICE at all because like they ain't even put in the work to be able to harass people. How do real police officers like how the fuck ICE out here fast tracking the ability to harass people? And we had to put in time and work and effort to harass people. You just get to jump the line to harass people now? Fuck that. Get it out the mud like we got it out the mud, and then you can harass people. That's how they feel. W's in the chat for Estella for the $1 donation saying, imagine you replace your doors on your home. Your friend Jim is planning to replace his doors and wants to hire you. Unfortunately, he has cancer and can't work. And now the money he set aside is used for bills. It's easy to say, see some twisted way immigrants are affecting your money, but not your healthcare. Exactly. Exactly. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $10 donation saying, this is so awkward. What's awkward? Oh, you mean how, yeah, I was intentionally just letting him speak. You guys know how I do. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, it's wild. Even knowing our history, they hate us so much. They don't even want us to be on the same playing field as them. It's fucking sickening. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. For me, it always goes back to like people who push back so hard on certain things, just literally it's their inadequacy in being inadequate, and it's showing that they know for a fact if you put people on the same playing field, then they can't compete. I'm the type that says line them up, like seriously, line them up, and let's run the ones, and whoever has the best fade wins. And if you beat me, then you beat me. But if I beat you, I beat you. But let's line them up and see who beats who. Don't jump. Run the ones. W's in the chat for Kelton for the $5 donation saying, wouldn't wrongful death lawsuit be representation of someone that wasn't directly harmed? Boom. Cooked. W's in the chat for, holy shit, Aiden. W's in the chat for Aiden for the $60 donation saying, just appreciate the hell out of you, Aiden. I appreciate you so much more. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Aiden for that 60. W's in the chat for Dragon Lover for the $2 donation saying, no precedents. Slave owners got their reparation. That's what I was saying. Literally got their reparations. W's in the chat for Beth for the $2 Canadian to say, Sasha Riley. No one big is talking about the story anywhere, but it's been pushed in the last 24 hours. It's actually been out since July, and even more telling, I'm seething and don't know what to do. Eat the MF rich. I'm gonna have to look this person up. Absolutely gonna have to look this person up. Also, W's in the chat for a tip for the $5 donation saying, a secured and protected transfer unsued federal land to individuals, interest-free home loans with guaranteed down payment assistance, full student loan forgiveness, community investment pools, or for infrastructure and business loans. It's the start of reparations and completely affordable. Like seriously, listen, I might not have the details of the plan because I'm not the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but I definitely know how to let the smart people in the room do the work. I'm a big picture guy. Like I know big pictures. I don't know details, but I know big pictures. But I know people that know details, and I will let the people that know details do the details. I am the vision guy. So there's that. W's in the chat for tip. I appreciate it. Guys, really quick, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We're only like, what is this? We're only like 60 something followers, new followers away from having 500 new followers on this stream alone. Hit that follow button. Look up here. I know there's like 50 people watching right now that haven't followed me, and you guys are just watching like, I don't know. I don't know if I fuck with this Santana guy. I might fuck with him. I don't know if I fuck with him. Let's see. Well, if you want to find out, just hit that follow button, baby. Hit that follow button, baby. I'll be live again, and you can try one more time. I promise you. I promise you. You ain't gonna get this nowhere else on TikTok. Fucking, if you can find what I provide on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram. If you can find what I provide anywhere else, fucking money back guarantee. Come to me, prove it, and I'll give you a money back guarantee. Until then, hit that fucking follow button right there. Hit it. Hit that follow button. Also follow the backup account. We'll be on the backup account probably later and also tomorrow. So anyway, we're gonna get out of here, guys. It's been a day and I gotta call it. Because it's been 4 hours. Now Santana, have you met Swan? Swan, listen, again, yeah. Swan ain't me, baby. Swan, listen, Swan is the shiznittle now. She ain't Santana. Just saying. W's in the chat for Jenny for the $5 donation saying, sorry, I can't really give more. Jenny, you are fucking awesome. $5 is a lot of money, and I truly mean that, and I appreciate it because you did not have to do that. So thank you. We need more people talking about Keith Porter, which is absolutely true. I was having this conversation about Keith Porter last night, the fact that this black man was killed on New Year's Eve by ICE, and they still haven't released the information about it. They still haven't said who actually did it. It's fucking wild. It's sickening, but it tells us where we are today. And said more people, yeah, he was murdered by ICE. Justice for Renee and Keith, plus everyone else has been affected by these thugs known as ICE. Fuck ICE. I completely agree. Couldn't agree more. Fucking W's in the chat for Timberly for the $20 donation. Saying, I went to college, no problems. My black sister had to work three times as hard. She deserves reparations. Timberly, thank you so much for that $20 donation, and thank you for thinking outside of yourself. And honestly, guys, that's what all this is about, right? If I'm going to be 100% honest, all of these things are about thinking outside of ourselves and thinking past who we are as individuals and really doing things that will benefit us as a whole in society. And I think once people realize that, like, you have to get past your own individual benefit, then there's a chance for us to actually do something that'll help the entire society that we live in. Yeah. With that being said, guys, I'm going to call it. I will be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat place. Hit that like button. Hit that follow button. Hold on. Let me see really quick. Oh, guys, you stall me out, Debo. Y'all ain't going to get me up to 500 new followers. See, chat, y'all don't really fuck with me like that. Oh, hold on. I was looking at the wrong thing. Fuck, we ain't even close to that. Chat, y'all don't really fuck with me like that. I see how we do. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm putting hits out on all y'all mother. The entire chat gonna be playing basketball in Pelican Bay when I'm done with you. Thank you, guys. Let's get out of here.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame?
Mimi, I am moving here with something.
Get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys make it worth being here. Seriously. Sometimes these people suck. Also, sometimes it's hard to get on here, especially I'm not feeling 100%, and you guys make it worth it. So I can't ask for more than that. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Make sure you hit that follow button before you get out of here. If you're ever on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It'll help boost the actual VOD. Give me that thumbs up before you leave. Guys, I love you, and I will see you all tomorrow. I will. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you all, and as always,